deneme 1-2. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba, perşembe ses deneme. Ses deneme.
Toplamda 27 tebliğ sunulacak. Sempozyumu Türkçe ve İngilizce olarak YouTube kanalımızdan da takip edebilirsiniz. Değerli konuklar, şimdi size Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk ve ebediyete intikal etmiş şehitlerimiz adına 1 dakikalık saygı duruşuna ve ardından İstiklal Marşımızı okumaya davet ediyorum.
Guests, to make the opening speeches, I would like to invite the Director of the Observatory Application Research Center of Istanbul University, Professor Tolga Güver. Respectful participants, I'd like to welcome you all to the Space Economy, Space Law and Space Science Symposium that we organized here at Istanbul University for the second time. To all, as it was stated last year, space becomes more and more accessible to us all, and this creates a large area for multidisciplinary studies. I personally hope that the symposium and its featured versions will help us contribute to all these efforts and provide everyone from economy to law to sciences a platform to further improve multidisciplinary studies. We are lucky enough to be living in times when our government pays special attention to space studies. Specifically, this attention has been embodied in the establishment of the Turkish Space Agency, Eastern Anatolia Observatory and several initiatives. For us at Istanbul University, all these attempts are even more important because as the university which has the oldest astronomy and space sciences department and the observatory in the modern Turkey, we feel the responsibility to help in any we can to all of these initiatives. For the idea of the symposium and realization of it, we thank the deans of economics and law faculties, Professor Yorğun and Professor Ekmekçi, and of course to our Rector, Professor Ak, and everyone in the organizing committee. Finally, I thank to our valuable speakers for their participation. I offer my best wishes for a successful symposium. We would like to thank Professor Tolga Güver for his speeches.
Çok değerli konuklar, şimdi de açılış konuşmalarını yapmak üzere İktisat Fakültesi Dekanı Sayın Profesör Rector Yorğun hocamıza teşekkür ederim.
Dive to the stars began. Today, tickets are sold for low-orbit commercial flights, and even the colonization of Mars is envisioned. It is seen that the space economy does not consist of satellite and R&D activities, and sectoral developments such as space mining, space tourism, and logistics are also on the agenda. Space industry consists of subsectors such as satellite communications, Earth observation, navigation, launch vehicles, and space exploration. While the global space economy market in 2021 was about 388.5 billion. This amount is expected to reach 540.75 billion by 2026. The global space economy is expected to reach 1 trillion by 2040. Space is becoming commercialized due to reduced government spending. While 20 years ago state covers 80% of their spending on space, now they only cover 25%. Becoming commercial to reduce government spending. It is estimated that high-speed travel in space will reach a market of at least $20 billion annually. Space offers will enable us to achieve our green economies and our sustainable development goals. It is envisaged to support efforts to mitigate the effects of climate change. New nations and companies are embarking on space travel and benefiting from it. In the coming years, space will provide an opportunity to drive environmental sustainability, advances in care and innovation in manufacturing. Local, public and private global communities work together, enhancing their collaboration. To ensure for example, developments in space technology have actually devices that make our work easier and save our lives in real life, and they continue to play. These developments also create an economic value and sectors are found. I would like to thank the speakers who supported the quality of the symposium through participation, especially the Rector and his assistants who contributed to preparation of the symposium, the invaluable Dean and the professors of our Faculty of Law, the esteemed Dean of our Faculty of Sciences, the Director of the Istanbul Observatory and their professors, and offer my most sincere appreciation and respect. We would like to thank Professor Yorğun for his speech. Distinguished guests, now we would like to invite Dean of the Faculty of Law of Istanbul University, Professor Ömer Ekmekçi. Distinguished guests, participants, colleagues and students and academicians. First symposium on space economics, space law and space science was held at the nation level in this hall of Istanbul University as the first multidisciplinary academic meeting in collaboration with the Faculty of Economics, the Faculty of Law and the Observatory Application and Research Center on the same dates last year. This year we gather for an international symposium in which different branches such as astronomy, economics and law feeding each other when pioneering role as the first law faculty in Turkey to include space law in its curriculum in the 19th. Being as a long-standing law faculty of Turkey, we are competent and ready to make every contribution to the implementation of our national space program with our academics trained in international law in order to protect Turkey's national interests. The ninth goal of our national space program is training our effective and competent human resources in the field of space. We aim to train our law students both undergraduate and postgraduate levels who shall shape space policies of Turkey and protect our rights and interests on the international arena. Some space activities which were distant dreams of humanity recently come true, such as colonization on Mars, asteroid mining, civil space travel, and the era space not only designed us. On the other hand, the legal problems that may arise in the future worries us. For example, a limited solution to new and big problems such as space debris has been offered with the flexible legal rules called soft law, which are not yet binding in international law. On the other, in the new space era, the involvement of private law entities as a new actor in the field, the commercialization of space activities reveal the need for new legal amendments as the space law shaped by international conventions are not sufficient today. It is clear that future legal norms shall not only be limited to international level as a product of mutual agreement but will also include national legislations. Because there are issues that the 5 basic international agreements on space law concluded at the UN cannot meet the needs at some points today or leave them open. Space activities of private law legal entities is one of them. Even if the activities resulting in the damage of these legal persons may be attributed to the state, which shall raise the international legal responsibility of the state, it would require the establishment of a recourse system, perhaps the institution of joint responsibility in domestic laws. In the face of these new problems of space law, uniform regulations in national legislation will be a result of efforts to be made in the international arena. For this reason, the appointment of academics specialized on international space law at the legal subcommittee within the body of supports at the UN should be an important priority of our country. Within the framework of our national space program announced in 2025, our fourth goal to provide access to space and to establish a spaceport operation, the efforts of the Turkish Space Agency to establish international cooperation with Russia, Kazakhstan and many countries are issues that need to be regulated by bilateral and multilateral international agreements. In this respect it will be required to regulate Turkish space activities in our domestic law in accordance with international law, based on the five basic international treaties on space law, which we have already bounded. Although it is difficult to keep up with the pace of developments in this area, there is the need for a national legislation package that can cover prospective developments as comprehensively as possible. Contrary to the G8 countries, all the space activities have been carried out by the state with public resources. The interest and contribution of the private sector to this field, particularly the USA, cannot be denied. Initiatives in this field have already started in Turkey. It is time to discuss and vote on the formulation of our national legislation regulating the space activities of the public and private sectors. Before ending my words with my best wishes for this fruitful weekend, I would like to express my gratitude to some participants. They honor us by acceptance of our invitation and by their presence in this hall. Professor Martinez from California State University, Assistant Professor Prof from Ankara University, Faculty of Law, Merve Erdan Bulgar, Ankara University, Faculty of Law. I would like to thank Professor Stephen Freeland from Western Sydney University who shall connect us for another continent in the very early morning of his location. Also, I would like to thank to my dear colleague Professor Dr. Turgut Tarhanlı for his moderation in the afternoon, where I was an old member of our faculty and served for long as a dean at the University Faculty of Law. Lastly, I would like to thank to the distinguished members of the organization committee of this symposium.
Uzay ekonomisi, ikinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumunun çok başarılı bir şekilde geçmesini ve sonuçlarının hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Pek tabii ki bu nitelikli sempozyum serisinin, ki biraz önce değerli dekanımız Sayım Yorğun hocamla da konuştum. Kafasında çok güzel bir fikir var hocam. Birkaç tane ülke belirlemiş. Ben tabii burada söylemeyeyim, haddimi aşmayayım ama önümüzdeki yıl inşallah tamamen uluslararası bir formata dönüştürecek şekilde gerçekleştirilecek bu sempozyumumuzun başta İktisat Fakültesi Dekanımız Profesör Doktor Sayım Yorğun hocamız, Profesör Doktor Ömer Ekmekçi hocamız, hukuk fakültemizin duayeni, çok sevgimiz abimiz Ve tabii ki gözlemevi müdürümüz Sayın Profesör Doktor Tolga Güver hocamız. Yine Fen Fakültesi dekanımız, çok kıymetli hocamız, dün de birlikteydik kendisiyle, Tanselak hocamız ve beraberiyle emek veren tüm hocalarımıza, tüm ekiplerimize rektörlüğümüz adına şükranlarımı sunuyorum. Geçen yıl birincisini düzenledik tabii ki ve bu sempozyumun bence Türkiye'deki bu alana ilişkin yapılan az sayıdaki diğer
with its scope that deals with the economic and moral dimensions of the space industry in Turkey together with space sciences. Space is more of a field of science, technology, industry, economic, security, law, and politics today than just a matter of curiosity. Since the second half of the last century, space is geared in dimensions of this high technology, meaningful direct legal system, economy, and international policy besides science. Issues such as international private and government relations, international agreements, relations, which have created employment opportunities for thousands of people, have brought space to a position that states cannot neglect. Space now causes advanced technology to gain political superiority as an economic and political power for the countries. We are aware that the space industry, like other high-tech industries, requires challenging, complex, new and untested technology. However, although the entry conditions of this industry are difficult and high, it is known that being in such an industry has an important prestige. In revenue. Therefore, space offers a new opportunity to entrepreneurs, like investment to be made in high-tech industries. Space activities will also have a spillover effect in other industries by causing economic and social positive externalities leading to a settled and advanced economy. In this context, it is worth noting that technological development does not depend only on economic factors. In order for this development to take place, it is important that both institutional structures, qualified workforce, and research and development activities are sustained in a stable manner. The activities in the high-tech-based space industry may work with the financing of the public sector for a certain period. However, increase their investments in this area. Opportunities to take place in the development of this industry are also available in our country. It has the potential to make a significant contribution to Turkey's economic development by improving its global industrial competitiveness, and it's anticipated that the number of companies that will emerge from this industry will be high. The stable growth of space actually depends on the conditions of ensuring the continuity of the technological infrastructure and qualified workforce. Space stability, in addition to
Rektör yardımcımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Levent Şahin'e konuşmalarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz. Sempozyumumuzun birinci oturumu 11.30'da başlayacaktır. Oturumda tekrar görüşmek üzere, kısa bir ara veriyoruz. Teşekkür ederim.
Kulaklığı takmadım. Deneme 1-2. Ses 1-2 deneme. Ses deneme 1-2. Deneme 1-2. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay sempozyumu.
Merhabalar. Hoş geldiniz.
Deneme 1-2. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu.
Ayhan Bey istiyorsanız tamam.
Bekleyeyim mi?
Sen konuş Aziz.
Deneme 1-2, deneme 1-2. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. Kulaklığı takayım mı? Kulaklıkta benim bir işim var mı? İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. Neden yapıyorum onu da bilmiyorum ama. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu. İkinci Gördün değil mi onu ağzına yapıştı. Evet, faculty. Allah'ım yarabbim namusu Allah. İnşallah canlı yayına gitmedi bunlarda şimdi sen de konuşurken. Faculty. Law faculty of economics. Law.
Tamam.
Abi kanal 2'deyiz. Buyurun.
İngilizce kanalından konuşuyorum. Ses, test, deneme. I'm speaking in English channel 1, 2,
Birinci kanala
3.
geçelim mi? Gerek var mı?
Kanalda konuşuyorum. Ses kontrol. Pazartesi, salı, çarşamba.
Tamam abi, görüşürüz.
Tamam, teşekkür ederim.
Merhaba, hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Uzay ekonomisi, uzay hukuku ve uzay bilimleri sempozyumu açılış konuşmaları burada sonlanmış bulunmaktadır. Tabii şurada arkaya koydun ya.
Oğuzhan abi, USB çoğaltıcı vermedi mi Melikşah Hoca? Pointer takacağız ya. Bu Ömer Hoca'nın şeyi. Ben hocam değiştirdim onu.
çoğaltış takmamız lazım.
Hı, pointin için.
Tamam, şu benim şeyin odasındakini alayım o zaman ben. Çoğaltıcıyı sağ.
Sempozyumumuzun ilk oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Oturum başkanı olarak İktisat Fakültesi İktisat Bölüm Başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Ahmet İncekara'yı davet ediyorum.
First session, please. I'd like to introduce the distinguished presenters for this session as well. Ferhat Bey, Oktay Tanrısever, Cüneyt Dirican, Ömer Furkan Kesikbaş, and Mr. Shahabettin Kutlu, please. The first floor goes to the chair, Mr. Ahmet İncekara. Distinguished Deputy Rector, Distinguished Dean, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, dear students, assistants, TAs, I'd like to welcome all of you to this wonderful conference. I'd like to greet you all with respect and affection on behalf of my friends, my colleagues, and my personal behalf. Today we will be discussing a wonderful topic together with my colleagues, with the distinguished Dean. It is going to be about space law, space mining and space-related issues, wonderfully organized in the format of a seminar. Last year we were at this very location as well, and this year we are back at the same location. I hope that this series will go on. Our university is a research university, and for this reason we are discussing various topics, economic topics, other topics, and all topics have an economic angle to them. They come with a cost, they come with outcomes, and this is why the topics need to be discussed from an economic point of view as well. And as I've mentioned, today we are holding the second of the Space Symposium series, and the space has been newly introduced to literature as an area for research. Technologically speaking, it has been existing for quite some time, but from an economic angle, it is newly being discussed, and now we have the ground readily available to introduce this topic to literature as well. And taking this opportunity, I'd like to extend my gratitude to everyone who paid their contributions to this research. Dear friends, space was an unknown entity to us, but its technology was known amongst the technologically versed research areas. If memory serves, there was a book, maybe TÜBİTAK published it in its translated form, I'm not sure. The book mentioned people doing research, and they sent us out in the field. The book said, they make us look up at the sky, make us look down on the ground, and all of these people, they need resources to conduct research because the state tells them, do this research, and the engineers are in the field. Why are we paying them in the field? What can we expect from such field work? Joke aside, dear friends, I'm not sure whether any one of you has ever been to the United States, but in the United States, we are in close contact with research institutes and researchers, with scientists, and we can observe a one-to-one how research develops into a product, brings about economic outcome. I've been to the States back in the 90s, at the beginning of the 1990s, and this is what I have observed there. What I'm trying to say is the following. If you lack the technological knowledge, it doesn't serve anyone to let engineers out in the field and tell them to do research. You don't get anything in return in terms of outcome, in terms of technological development. It's impossible. And what happened after that? As I've mentioned just a mere minute ago, space needs to be tackled from every possible angle. You need to launch spaceships and send them in space. And this is what has been developing as well. Orhan Şahin, some of you may be familiar with Orhan Şahin. I've met Orhan Şahin when he did his PhD in the United States. He became a rector of various universities in Turkey as well. And Orhan Şahin used to be back in New York at the Polytechnical Institute, and he told me, we are working on material. What kind of material, Orhan? I said. Challenger program. Do you remember? The Challenger program is resistant to 2000 Celsius degrees Celsius of material. And it carries the rocket, and part of the rocket that's been launched separates and falls into the ocean. And what he meant was, if we would be able to produce that very material, we could commute to space. And what's happened? SpaceX, people go to space, they do nothing, they come back, they go there, they come back, they go there, they come back. And it has become a tourist attraction. You pay thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, and then you have the option to go into space. So it's become a part of tourism. So why am I saying all of this? If we hadn't worked on these issues 30, 40 years ago, we wouldn't have it today. So Orhan Şahin did his PhD. He worked on material science. He came back to Turkey with his team, and now they're doing research in Turkey in this very field. And having said that, this area of research in Turkey is also fastly developing, and we already have an infrastructure emerging. Products are being manufactured, and we are exporting already. And the industry became larger in Turkey as well. This is wonderful. But back in the day, we had to work on establishing the infrastructure. If we hadn't done this, then we wouldn't have it today. It would have been impossible. We wouldn't be in a position to compete with anyone. So all of the things you do in the area of space-related issues wouldn't have been possible. And because of all of these developments, we founded the Space Association in Turkey, and this makes me very happy. And digitalization, technological developments, and what have you should lead as an example. And if we can do the same in the area of space, then wonderful things are awaiting. I've taken up much of your time. Let's begin on time. Let's finish on time. Distinguished guests, distinguished participants, our dear presenters are to my right and my left. I wish I had a list in front of me with the names and the titles of the presenters. It is on the phone, but somebody needs to go and find it for me. Dear friends, this is the first session, as you know. Ferhat, Fikri, Özeren. will join us online. Wonderful, welcome. Then Oktay Tanrısever will take the floor. He'll be joining online as well. All right, Mr. Oktay. Where are they joining from, Mr. Oktay and Mr. Ferhat? Ferhat Bey is joining from China? Wonderful. After these two presenters, we will listen to Cüneyt Dirican. Welcome, Cüneyt Bey. Then we will give the floor to Mr. Ömer Furkan Kesikbaş. Welcome, hello, welcome. And Mr. Şahabettin Kutlu. Wonderful. Dear friends, shall we begin with the presenters joining us online, or shall we follow the list? Well, Ferhat Fikri Özeren, if you could kindly introduce yourself as well, and then you can take the floor. Mr. Ferhat Fikri Özeren, you have the floor, sir. What's the time allocated to each presenter, please? 15. Yes, please. Ferhat Fikri Özeren, you have the floor.
Distinguished guests, thank you very much. I hope you can...
Teşekkür ederim.
Duyuluyor.
Kendimi tanıtayım. Ben doktor öğretim üyesi Ferhat Fikri Özeren. Asıl görev yerim Erciyes Üniversitesi Fen Fakültesi Asma ve Uzay Bilimleri. Ancak 2019 yılından bu yana ülkemizi de temsil etmek üzere Asya Pasifik Uzay İşbirliği Örgütü'nde çalışmaktayım. Şu anda örgütümde genel sekreter yardımcılığını yapıyorum. Başlangıç konuşmalarını da dikkatle izledim. Hepinize çok teşekkür ederim. Sayın Rektör Yardımcım, diğer dekanlarım ve siz özellikle söylediğiniz her şey aslında nokta atış yaptınız. Ve umarım bu benim konuşmamı dinledikten sonra göreceksiniz ki Asya Pasifik Uzay İşbirliği Örgütü size nefis bir platform sağlıyor. İzninizle ben hemen bir sunumumu paylaşmak istiyorum. Ve oradan devam edeyim. Peki. Evet, sanırım görebiliyorsunuz gayet güzel bir şekilde. Aslında başlangıçta bir videom vardı ama bunu zaman kazanmak için atlayacağım. Kurumumuzu tanıtan bir dakika göstereceğim sadece.
APSCO, the Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization.
Evet, bu giriş bölümünden sonra size şu anda görev yaptığım binayı gösteririm. Genel merkezimiz Çin'in Pekin başkentinde bulunmaktadır. Aslında APSCO'nun tarihçesi 1988 yılına kadar gidiyor ama ilk hazırlık zamanları, ilk fikrin ortaya çıkması. Ama tüm imzaların alınması ve bir araya gelinmesi 2005 tarihinde. APSCO'nun tamamen kuruluşu ise 2008 yılında yapılmış durumda. 2018'e kadar geçen o 10 senelik süreç içinde kendi iç yapılanmasını sağlamış ve özellikle bu 2018 yılında yapılan bir APSCO Development Vision 2030 isimli bir dokümanımız var. Bu da bizim şu anda içinde bulunduğumuz son 10 yılı düzenlemek için ortaya atılmış bir plan. Bunun neden önemli olduğunu konuşmalarım süresince size söyleyeceğim. Şimdi biz gördüğünüz gibi 8 ülkeden oluşmuş bir kurumuz. Bunlar sırasıyla hep doğal olarak baş harfleri göre sıralıyoruz. Bangladeş, Çin, İran, Moğolistan, Pakistan, Peru, Tayland ve Türkiye. Bu 8 ülke tam üye ülkeler. Gördüğünüz gibi dünyanın büyük bir kısmını kaplıyoruz. Yalnız birbirimize ait benzerliklerimiz ve farklılıklarımız var. Her şeyden önce farklı zaman dilimlerinde, farklı boylamlarda duruyoruz. Çok büyük bir coğrafik alana yayılmış durumdayız. Her ülkenin kendisine ait doğal disasterları var. Her ülkenin kendisine ait uzay sektörü içinde bütçe, teknoloji veya bu konularda yetişmiş insan kaynakları sorunları var. Aynı zamanda büyük bir popülasyona sahibiz. Toplam olarak 2,4 milyar bir nüfusa hitap eden bir kurumuz biz. Ben hemen diğer ülkelere de geçeyim. Bu 8 ülkenin haricinde Endonezya da var aramızda. Endonezya ilk 2005 yılında kuruluş dokümanına imzasını atmış. Ancak kendi parlamentosundan henüz imzadan geçirmediği için tam üye vasfında değiliz. Bunun yanı sıra bir asosiye üyemiz var, Mısır. 2 tane de gözlemci, bir üye ve bir kuruluş olarak Meksiko gözlemci üyemiz, bir de Inter-Islamic Network bizim gözlemci üyelerimiz. APSCO tamamen bağımsız, herhangi bir para kazanma güdüsü içinde olmayan non-profit, hükümetler arası, bölgesel, tamamen uluslararası ve yasal bir statüye sahip olan, Birleşmiş Milletler tarafından da tanınmış olan bir kurum. Bu niteliğiyle dünyada sadece 3 organizasyondan biriyiz. Eğer ekranın sağ altına bakarsanız APSCO, European GNSS Agency ve European Space Agency'yi göreceksiniz. Diğer ikisi aslına bakarsanız tamamen Avrupa ülkelerinin kendi içinde bir organizasyonu olmasından ve birbirlerine bir şekilde benzer komşu ülkeler olmasından dolayı bizlerden tamamen farklı. Zaten bir uzay ajansı değiliz. Biz uzay ajanslarının veya hükümetlerin bir arada bulunduğu bir organizasyonuz. Kendi iç yapımıza bakarsanız en üstteki karar verici organımız, bize emreden, projeleri onaylayan ve yapılmasını isteyen veya yapılmamasını isteyen APSCO konsülü bulunmaktadır. Hemen onun altında genel sekreterimiz, hemen onun altında genel sekreter yardımcısı pozisyonu ki ben Türkiye'yi temsilen ben orayı kapsıyorum şu anda. Hemen bizlerin altında da 5 tane genel müdürlüğümüz var. Bunlar dış ilişkiler ve yasal hukuk dairemiz, stratejik planlama ve program yönetimi genel müdürlüğümüz, program operasyonu ve veri servisi genel müdürlüğümüz, eğitim ve öğretim genel müdürlüğümüz ve doğal olarak da personel genel müdürlüğümüz var. Bunların hepsinin başında bulunan genel müdür ve genel müdür yardımcılarına bu üye ülkelerden bulunan kişiler tarafından yürütülmektedir. Hatta 1. bölümde bulunan Department of External Relations and Legal Affairs'te genel müdür yardımcımız da Türk'tür. Konsülün yapısına bakmanız gerekirse şu anda en üstte konsül başkanı bulunuyor. Bu konsül başkanımız 2 senede bir değişir. Şu anda Peru bunu yönetiyor. Chairman'in aynı zamanda bu başkanın 2 tane de yardımcısı vardır. Bir tanesi Tayland şu anda, diğeri de Türkiye. Türkiye'ye yaklaşık 4 sene sonra chairman olacak. Diğerleri de üye. Burada hemen şuraya geçmek istiyorum. Uluslararası ilişkiler kısmına. Biz APSCO olarak farklı yerlerde hem gözlemciyiz. Bunlar dünya çapında bulunan komiteler. Bunlardan bir tanesi UN Caucus. Bir diğeri Group on Earth Observation grubu. Diğeri International Committee on GNSS. Diğer organizasyonlarla da sürekli ilişkiler kurmaktayız ve bazılarıyla da gayet yakın diyaloglarımız var. Bunlardan en önemlisi hepimizi de ilgilendirebilecek olan Beijing, aslında International Space Science Institute merkezi aslında İsviçre'de bulunuyor. International Space University membership in IAF, ona apply olduk. Ve Çin'de bulunan yönetiyoruz. Bunlar doktora ve master. Kendi ülkemiz açısından da daha sonra tekrar yaklaşacağım. Aynı zamanda diğer uzay ajanslarıyla da protokollerimiz ve karşılıklı anlaşmalarımız var. Bunlar ESA, Konya, Arjantin, Roskosmos, Rusya. Hemen şuraya biraz dikkatinizi çekmek istiyorum. Burada gördüğünüz tüm faaliyetler aslında bakarsanız eğitim ve öğretim dairemiz tarafından yapılan faaliyetler. Aslında yaptığımız sadece bunlar mı? Hayır. Ama şu anda bir üniversitede böyle bir konuşma yapıldığı için neler yapabiliriz? Bunları göstermek amaçlı. Yüksek lisans ve doktora programlarımız var. Ve bu programları tamamen Çin destekliyor, parasını veriyor. Ama bu programları kendi ülkelerimizde de açabiliriz. Yani diğer ülkelerden de kendi ülkelerimize öğrenci kabul edebiliriz. Bunların üzerinde de çalışıyoruz. Ayrıca üniversiteler arasında çalışmalar da sürdürülüyor. Space Education Development var. Student Small Satellite program var. Örneğin
And also, so we have a Student Small Satellites program, and so we have Turkey, China, and also 2 universities in China. So there are some satellites. So these satellites are in space now. So they were launched last year. And also so there are some schools about space sciences, and also there are some competitions about space innovation. There are some CANSAT in studies as well. There are some online educations, and also because of the pandemic in China, we don't have on-site trainings at the moment, unfortunately, but in the other member countries, we can also provide these on-site trainings as well. While APSCO is developing, there are 2 important steps taken. One of them is in 2015, there's a Beijing Declaration. This is a document. So the council members, and also it was so there are certain tasks assigned to us by some high-level officers coming from these countries. As you can see, in the first part, you see what is expected from us, and respecting sovereignty, and taking advantage of all the strengths that we have, improving capabilities, and also systematic development. And as APSCO, as an organization, we promise and we pledge to take the following actions. So, shaping and building space capacity, and of course, making services available for each other, and also ensuring in inter-country communication as well. And also we have another strategic vision for 2030. This is about the present day. In order to be able to implement this document in 2020, we established a development plan committee. This committee has defined all our targets for the years 2021-2030 based on Development Vision 2030. And that's for this there are certain actions. I'd like to draw your attention to these actions. There are 7 of these, which is about space technology applications. I won't be reading the subtitles. If you want, you can scan them. And the other one is space technology development systems. Another one is space science and exploration. Another one is space debris mitigation. Another one is, so I wrote this in a bigger font, as you can see. Other one is space law and policy, because this is the theme of this symposium. Another one is education and training. As you can see, we have quite a few programs and we implement all these programs. And another one is building capacity among the countries. If you'd like to give APSCO a project, so our moderator, while he was speaking, and there are some existing projects and also engineers who are working in this field, and they should be funded in one way or the other. This is what APSCO does. If you apply APSCO, for example, with your projects, even this meeting is a project per se, then you can receive some funding from APSCO. There are not certain deadlines in order to show your projects to APSCO. You can do it all throughout the year. However, so you should be sending your project through the focus organization in your own in your country. So which is this? Which is the space agency? And until the space agency was established, TÜBİTAK's Space Department fulfilled this position with success. And another important point is that the projects that you send this year will be assessed the following year. So your deadline is until the 31st of December. If you send it on the 1st of January, then it will be assessed within the program of the following year. So the members of the development committee examine these projects thoroughly, and then so they decide whether they fall under our points of action, and they refer it to the other commission. We have, so you're coming towards the end of your time. Okay, so I'll wrap up once I make this point, Mr. Moderator. So we have, so if the project that you're sending falls under basic activities, then it will be funded. It will be fully funded by APSCO, because the member countries are making payments to APSCO for these purposes. If it's an optional activity, then APSCO will not be funding it. However, APSCO, for example, if there are some meetings needed, for example, for this project, then APSCO will be funding those meetings, but it will not be funding the project itself. There are certain workshops, forums, and conferences are also organized by APSCO, and so we don't organize them in-house. So when you ask for support, when you ask for APSCO support, we also support your meetings and your conferences and events as well. For example, APSCO organized this, for example, in Sayım, China, which was a very good meeting. And so these are the activities conducted by the Department of Education and Training. You see the other departments, so let me skip all this. So I have to touch upon this point. And this would also be of interest to the Faculty of Law as well. And so so we are working on a structure called APSCO Space Law Alliance, and so we'll be proposing this to the council this year, and it will become official. And also, we have signed a cooperation agreement with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and so we'll be holding certain workshops here. So they will be providing us with trainings. They will provide our member countries with trainings based on their needs and also their wishes as well. Another one. So look at the second paragraph at the bottom, with the approval of the council. The national space. So we have some agreements with the Chinese Space Agency and the National Space Science Center. That's why we can use many satellite information. There are very good opportunities. We will be forming a supply chain with the 8 countries, and if some other countries are added later, and these countries will try to meet the needs of the others. And the last one is the last paragraph. I like this very much. Maybe that's because this has to do with my profession. There are 2 things. As you know that China has brought some soil from the moon. If you want, so we can send some of it to you for analysis purposes. And another one is the international lunar research center station will be established as well. And we have sent invitations to all the countries for their participation, and we have received some responses from the countries as well. Turkey is one of these countries. Our software professionals and also scientists can find very good areas for themselves. And so this is all about what APSCO is. And thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Soruları
Mr. Ferhat, Fikri, thank you very much. I'll be conveying the questions to you once all the presenters have presented. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Oktay to present. Mr. Oktay, you have the floor. Would you like me to present in Turkish or English? This is up to you. You can decide for yourself. We are providing simultaneous translations, so you can continue in English or in Turkish. It's up to you.
Türkçe yaparsanız İngilizceye çeviriyoruz.
If you speak in English, we are interpreting into Turkish and vice versa. If you speak in Turkish, we are simultaneously interpreting into English and vice versa. Okay, then I'll present in Turkish then. You have at most 15 minutes. First of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the distinguished contributors to the organization of this conference, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present here today. I will be talking about the securitization of space and the crisis that emerges from that, and the crisis in particular I'm referring to is the crisis between Russia and Ukraine and its impact on space. Of course, research pertaining to space is quite a recent phenomenon, evolutionary speaking. Everything more or less started with the Second World War, and once the Cold War was terminated, things picked up pace, And it is expected that in 2030 or by 2050, the relationship between the Earth with our planet and the Moon will exceed our expectations. It's difficult to foresee how everything is going to develop. We are collecting lots of data from both the lunar and Martial and also the solar system and other galaxies. So a lot of things are happening, and research in this area will provide opportunities as well as risks to humankind. And in my presentation, I'd like to dwell on the diplomatic dimension of space research. Space research has an interdisciplinary angle to it. Of course, at the very foundation lies engineering, but there is also a legal dimension to it, an economic dimension to it, as well as an international relations angle to it. Why? Because the developments in space also have to do with the competitiveness and the design of the relationship between different states. And as the previous speaker, Mr. Mehmet, talked quite wonderfully about the Asia-Pacific region and the relationship of those countries in that region. And there is competition. It's not easy to go to space. You need to have the necessary infrastructure, the knowledge, the know-how, and also the financial resources to go up to space. And not all of the countries can do that. And whoever manages to go up in space also gains power. This is why Turkey would like to take part in space and everything that revolves around space and be part of that competition. So there is the competitiveness side to it and also the security side to it, which can be traced back to the Cold War or even further back. And the literature at hand talks about the relationship between the US and the Soviet Union back then and the competition. However, there is a perception that there is no longer a competition taking place between these two countries because of the collaboration when it comes to space-related issues between these two countries. However, that's not true. Competition is ongoing, and space-related issues are not a joint collaboration, which is devoid of international relations and security issues. There is the perception that this is more about economic and commercial relations. This is not true, as I've mentioned. Starting in the 1990s up until the 2000s, there was kind of a virtual, if I may put it that way, perception, a kind of euphoria, but which quickly dissolved and brought us back on ground to the reality of things. Space is not only about exploration, it is also about the management of the world. Whoever controls and manages space manages and controls the Earth as well. And because of that, there are huge differences between countries, especially at the beginning of the 2000s. And the project that brought about the termination of the Cold War was the war of stars of the United States, and the Soviet Union was unable to counterattack that project or respond to that project. And the Soviet Union acknowledged that it lacked the necessary technology to respond to the STARS project of the US. This was also drafted in form of reports. And back then, I'm talking about back in the day, the Soviet Union was behind the United States, but because of different reasons. I'm not going to go into the details of the reasons in order not to take up much of your time. But the competition back then was lost by the Soviet Union. That was the perception. But the programs issued or initiated by the United States, you all know certain accidents happened, and after the Soviet Union dissolved, the two countries, that is Russia and the US, agreed on collaborating in this area, which also reduced, of course, the costs involved in space research. And good collaboration took place. However, after the 2000s, especially towards the 2010s, there was yet again a discussion initiated pertaining to missile shield technologies and defense technologies. And as of the 2010s, space became the fourth combat dimension, just like land and sea. We have currently 5 areas for military combat, and strategies are developed accordingly. And space is this last dimension. The situation of satellites in the orbit is another important issue. The majority of satellites put in space, put in the orbit or orbiting around the Earth, is not only for communication purposes, it is also for intelligence purposes. They collect intelligence data. And the company SpaceX, as you know, launched satellites, and those collect more data on Earth. You know, big data analysis is very topical right now, and satellites and their relationship established with the Earth does not only concern communication or the internet or transportation, but it also concerns intelligence. Those satellites collect different data, for example, agricultural data, and they enable us to develop more refined GPS systems and so on and so forth. This is not, however, the core of my speech today. I'd like to talk about the Industry 4.0 dimension of things. We have new technologies emergence, we have new arms technologies, and all of these can work in coordination with each other. This is why the coordination and the management of satellites is so very important. And it is now possible to observe and manage and control the Earth in a much better way, and the space is where everything is happening. And some developed satellite systems are launched from the Earth, and they can provide data at a higher resolution, and this contributes to military campaigns and also to intelligence aggregation. So this is why we now can speak about the securitization of space. What does that mean? It is beyond whether there is life on Earth, whether we can live on, whether there is life on the moon, whether there is a possibility for us to survive on the moon. The moon is considered to securitize oneself and to weaken the enemy. And while all of this was developing, as you're all aware, Russia invaded Ukraine and a war erupted. And Russia cancelled its space collaboration because Western countries are very much dependent on Russia in this regard. And Russia said that they are no longer interested in collaborating with the West. This is a very important development because such a crisis is very much worthy of consideration and spending much thought, because those ballistic missile systems are exercised, and we need more data on satellite coordination. How is Russia doing this? Why are they doing that? Mr. Oktay, we are running out of time. It would be very much appreciated if you could wrap up, please. Yes, I will. Thank you. So we have three actors here. So in conclusion, I want to be respectful of your time. Turkey and countries such as Turkey are new to this game, so to speak, and they're working on developing different technologies. They want to strengthen their position in the world, and since Turkey is a new player, polarizations such as the one between Russia and the West will harm Turkey as a newcomer, and this is why Turkey needs to position itself accordingly. So Turkey needs to look out for those countries with whom it can engage in a strong relationship economically, and this has to be prioritized. Russia, China, India, and so on and so forth. And Turkey is, of course, in a very exciting situation. Turkey embarked on sending the first Turkish citizen to the moon, and it is campaigning for that. Turkey is going to do that with its own resources, but once Turkey collaborates with more advanced countries in this regard, Turkey can be part of developing space programs and lunar programs. But because of the current international environment and polarization, it is difficult to collaborate and position oneself in this regard. So Turkey needs to be very mindful of how it's going to position itself and how it is going to be part of those space programs. International institutions are very important, of course. This is going to be a very difficult period for everyone in terms of the international dimension of space programs, but it will also provide opportunities for all the countries. Mr. Oktay, thank you so much. I believe that more interdisciplinary work is needed further, and especially with a focus on the security angle, internationally speaking. And more coordination is also needed as well. Turkey needs to adopt a more peaceful strategy when it comes to space programs with a particular focus on economic benefits. It's currently working on it anyway, but it needs to further strengthen and deepen this angle, taking into consideration international competitiveness in a diplomatic fashion. This is my take on the issue. And Turkey definitely needs to work on this. Thank you very much, Oktay. Mr. Oktay, I'm cutting you off. Space programs need to adopt an interdisciplinary approach, taking into consideration security and economy dimensions with a holistic approach. Thank you so much.
Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much for all the information you have provided us with. Now, and I'd like to give the floor to our third speaker, Associate Professor Cüneyt Dirican. The floor is yours. I think you can hear me. First and foremost, I'd like to greet everyone who is listening to us, to our guests from abroad, and also to our Dean's office, and also to our moderator and all other speakers and everyone that I have spoken. So I'd like to extend my thanks to everyone. And I'd like to congratulate Istanbul University for its entrepreneurship and also their courage in social sciences, because I think they made a very, very important start since last year. I think I was a bit lucky. I had a chance to see the Kennedy Space Base and also the European Space Agency as well. And after visiting those places, it's impossible for a person not to be impressed. So it is beyond what we see in the films and also on the internet. You face a reality when you go there. And before I start my presentation, I have two reminders. One of them is coming from science fiction, the movie Elysium. Matt Damon was running away from somewhere, and humanity was trying to save him and rescue him, because Matt Damon is always stuck somewhere. I think it's a preference of Hollywood, and I think Elysium makes a very good summary of the present day. There are refugees who are trying to flee the world, and also on the other hand, there are countries who took part in space economy in a timely manner, and there are some elites who have created their own areas. So there's a community up in the sky. So this is the course we are taking. Those countries and communities will be in the space, and the others will remain on Earth. So based on this point, I'd like to make my second point. And for this reason, and so that when they so as you know that so the exchange rate, Turkish lira is depreciated, and so there was a meeting with our president and also with academicians as well. I was invited to the meeting about the so everybody was talking about economy, and after taking the floor, I said, Mr. President, we missed the previous century due to various reasons, because we didn't take part in industrial revolution in a timely manner. Maybe this is not part of our agenda, but we shouldn't be missing space economy. That's why I'd like to draw your attention to this. I say the same. The French have a proverb. They say we don't have oil, but we have ideas. The French say. That's why, in order to have a say in space economy, you need to know natural sciences and also technical parts as well, and so you need to have some physical presence there as well. But in order to have a say, you don't necessarily have to go to space, or you don't necessarily have to develop a technology, because when Einstein came up with his theory of relativity, the people hadn't been to space yet. And in order to have a word, have a say in space, you don't necessarily have to go to space. So I'd like to thank once again and move on to my presentation. So how much time do I have? 10 minutes. I think that will be sufficient for me. I think we're lucky, and so following my personal enterprises, so we have so there are certain domains registered in my name. Turkey has a say in this world, so we can be happy on that side, at least, as long as I don't get them snatched, and as long as I can continue to finance them personally. And I will start with the higher education board, and also in order for Turkey to have a say in space economy, Turkey has a lot of things to do as in many other areas. And I'll be touching upon this from the point of view of social sciences, which is my field of expertise. I don't want, and I can't talk about technology because I don't have a very good command on it, because I'm not an engineer. But when we talk about engineering, so when we look at the departments of astronomy and space sciences, 5 universities have it, and so we have aviation, and also there are aviation and space in 9 universities under the faculties of engineering, and we have a space and a satellite department in 1 university. When we look at the foundation and public universities, we see that there are a total of, so all the departments are in engineering and also or science faculties, but we don't have any programs under social sciences about space, and we don't have master's degrees or PhD degrees either. And maybe you can take some courses from the space law, but this shouldn't be frightening because we're at the beginning level. But I think it's a very important indication showing that how much distance we need to cover, we need to make progress. Although it is very late, the Higher Education Board has made the names of departments plainer. There are many departments in our universities. The names are not the same. When we look at these efforts, so astronomy is, so we have some astronomy and space sciences departments. So we have programs under various names, but it has to do with natural sciences, and so all these are under engineering faculties, of course. And of course, there are places where we need to publish our studies as well. And so, because I'm talking about Turkey's roadmap, in the search that I made on Dergi Park about astronomy and astrophysics, I've witnessed only 3 journals out of 245 journals. And astronomy, there are only 3 journals on astronomy and astrophysics, and I found only 8 journals with space sciences in its title. And of course, there are references to space, even in a sports-related journal as well, but from a linear point of view, just like we are trying to do it here. And there aren't any journals dealing with the social sciences related aspects of science, so we don't have a journal. And I believe that so this requires a different type of entrepreneurship within the academic world. And similarly, in terms of academic studies, as far as I can see, maybe I might have skipped some studies. So the space economy ecosystem, or also there are only 4 symposium, 1 workshop, one conference series, and also 8 conferences have been held, and 2 of them belong to Istanbul University, including this one, and they don't exceed 15. So in social sciences, we are before the Big Bang. So this shouldn't scare us, but this is also another indicator that shows that we need to make a lot of progress. I will be scanning the literature, and also it is mainly about mining or tourism in the rest of the world as well. So there are very few studies on space economy per se. So in the 2020 report of OECD, so when we look at the number of references about space, Turkey is among the top 30. We're not on the top, but it is not that we don't exist at all. However, this number should also increase as well. And of course, interest in this area should increase as well. And also, you can consider this as a roadmap as well. I'll be sharing some headline titles with you. So where's the starting point of space? It is in Karmanat, and so if you say above 100 kilometers from the Earth is regarded as space. And when it comes, so I think space economy should be divided into two, and the ecosystem and also the diameter of the area which is below the Karmanat, and also, and so we've only been to the upper part only with some bases. So if we go to the moon or to some other colonies, and we should be talking about the ecosystem and also the industries and the economy that will be creating above the carbon line. So the space economy should be divided into two. So in the conclusion section of my presentation, and so this is something that requires international consensus, but I feel that there is a need for such an approach. And space economics should be about the activities to take part above the carbon light, and so astroeconomics should be the name to be used for the activities to take place for the part above the carbon light. So astrologers come to your mind when you were to use astronomy or astrology in the world. So the US has done this, and I think one of the so we should be able to calculate space economy. In 2013, Turkey approved the electronic money, for example, law. So we have an association of, for example, electronic money institutions, and there is no data, and so our central bank doesn't have data. So you need to go, for example, go to Binance in order to find out some data about some crypto money as well. So we don't have data about a topic which has a law in place, but first we need to create the necessary infrastructure that's needed to calculate this, and this starts with the Turkish Statistics Institute. So the US, for example, has a US space economy. So the US has already started making this calculation. So I think we should be organizing this with Turkish Statistics Institute as soon as possible, and also in the medium and long term, so we can also make reference to the tax dimension as well, from the incentives to be provided, and also to the calculation of taxes. And so how are we going to tax the, for example, commercial organizations that will be working in this space? And of course, this has some insurance aspect as well, and I believe that maybe we should start thinking about these incentives to be given as well. And also another topic which also includes universities, so some startups, incubations, and also technology transfer centers and entrepreneurship centers, organized industry, and also exporter units as well. How are we going to promote enterprise and entrepreneurship in these? And in aviation and space, and I think an index should be developed under Istanbul Stock Exchange, and this is only possible through public offering. In order to be able to offer to the public, you need to be announcing profit for 3 consecutive years, And so when I look at some data from the United States, there aren't any space companies which can and reveal profit in the first 3 years. And so I think we better have an index in Stock Exchange Istanbul as well. If I'm not wrong, COSGAP announced an incentive program for cargo services to the space, and there was a budget of 50,000 liras. So, and I think so this we need to work on incentives under our development agencies and under COSGAP as well, under TÜBİTAK as well. I don't think it's early, but in the when these companies engage in international cooperations and partnerships, and I think there'll be a need for specialized course, there'll be a need for experts as well. And as far as I know, the experts in the field are limited to the people in this room. And of course, human resources are important as well. I've already talked about the universities and of course from social security incentives to and and also definitions should be made by the provincial proficiency agency as well, and also about space economy. There are many links about space if you want to have a say in space economy, there should be certain links in all the websites of TÜBİTAK and also the space agency as well. I've already touched upon journals in the articles that I write. There aren't any codings globally either, or there aren't any interdisciplinary coding. If you are to have a say in space economy, then our Board of Higher Education should make an application to international organizations for this code to be created. And other than that, maybe this is outside us, and I think we can play we can be a thought pioneer. And for example, if Istanbul University Faculty of Economics should have its own, so and so we should be maybe we can initiate or trigger what will be made in some international organization. Maybe a space channel should be established by the Turkish Radio and Television Corporation, and also so we have a domestic car, as you have told. If you leave it to private enterprise, they will be thinking about taxes or energy efficiency. And so, of course, the private industry it is only natural that they will all focus on profit. When I sent my first paper about science, I think it was found a bit too assertive, and I called the referee and said, because my presentation was rejected, I called the referee and I said that I'll have this paper published in Europe or in the rest of the world, but I would like to have it published in my own mother tongue. And then so it was accepted later it was seen by referees. So I think so we need to be making progress from an intellectual point of view in an interdisciplinary way as well. So I'd like to thank Istanbul University for taking this initiative. So we are focusing on below the atmosphere, but although this may sound futuristic, all the books and I believe that all the books written so far about space economy should be updated or they should be rewritten. We are thinking about establishing hotels in Mars, but how are we going to calculate the costs? And so we need to. How are we going to calculate the return of the investment? This is one thing, and also there are some future contracts as well. For example, if you find some mines in space and if you are to bring it to the world, so how are we going to calculate the interest and also all the financial books and also space finance, all the books about space finances should be updated as well. Thank you very much, Cüneyt Bey.
Sıra
Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Ömer Furkan. First of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to the administrative staff of Istanbul University for organizing this symposium. Thank you to the organizing committee. Shukran for organizing this very important conference on this very important topic. And I'd like to share my thoughts on this issue here. There is also an astropolitics literature dimension to this issue and also a philosophical angle. During the Second World War, Germany, Hitler's Germany, wanted to invade the Soviet Union, and on the other hand side, the United States and the Soviet army were about to take over Germany. And von Braun's facilities were very much in the focus. The father of space sciences. And Germany left its knowledge pertaining to space to the US and also the Soviet Union. Later on, Sputnik 1 was launched and space competition began, which happened between the US and the Soviet Union in the form of the Cold War, up until the success of the Apollo 1 project. I've been told I would have 20 minutes. It will fall short 5 minutes, so I'll be picking up pace. China, France sent satellites to space. "53 countries and 2 international organizations are currently working in space." This is all after the UN treaty was signed. Different space activities are performed currently, and we have 6 countries that are very much in the forefront when it comes to space activities. Between 2017, Russia, the US and China launched spaceships, and then the European Union, Japan and India followed lead. What's the current status of these efforts? Measuring Space Power, a theoretical and empirical investigation on Europe, is a piece of work I benefited from greatly during my PhD studies. And it does not only concern launching spaceships, but it also takes into consideration decision-making mechanisms and the capacities of countries and the evaluation of power and power relationships. The US, Russia and China are currently defined as space powers. Japan and India are considered rising space nations, and Europe are considered or defined as spacefaring nations because they lack in velocity when it comes to decision making. The rest concerns limited space nations, that is every other country apart from the aforementioned. So this book talks about the empirical data behind this definition. I'd like to initiate a discussion from a philosophical angle as well. China began human space activities in 2013, and it is kind of leading the way right now. And the United States, especially during the first Gulf War and the space technology it used during the bombardment of Sarajevo and the Balkans, came about with expenses, of course, with a cost. And space budgets are currently at the following level. Those are figures from 2018. These are forecasts, not official numbers. NASA has a budget of 19,500 million USD, and the other countries and institutions you see listed on the graph. So 19.5 billion USD is the budget of the NASA. What's the share of these budgets in the GDP? There we have Russia, and the USA comes second. And when it comes to purchasing power, China is comes first, because a space engineer is much more costly in the US than in China. And from that perspective, China ranks even before the US when it comes to purchasing power. Space systems have more or less similar capacities. And the result of this empirical study shows that the US has 2.95 and China 2.11, Russia 2.09 out of 3. That's the current status. So we have a competition between these three countries. This is what our empirical studies showed. What's the economic and theoretical impact? And what kind of a theoretical discussion resulted from this? The political impact, the most explicit example is the establishment of the Space Forces, the US Space Forces in 2018. And this is part of the US military complex. And lots of detailed information is available in the reports issued from this entity. So we do have competition happening in space, and this evolved into an armed competition, and we can now coin it astropolitical literature as well. Astropolitics is ontologically, epistemologically, philosophically speaking, the reflection of whatever is happening in space in politics on Earth, so to speak. Astropolitics was coined by Dogman, an American, and he distinguishes two angles, realist astropolitics and liberal astropolitics. Dolman has a very realistic approach to the issue. McClinger, Spikler talked about geopolitical hegemony approaches, and this is what Dolman defines as well. It is a competitive state vision with the purpose of creating space politics. Very realistic definition of astropolitics. And Stephen Lambakis, defines the realistic astropolitics school, and he puts the US in the center of this global astropolitics, and claims that the rest of the world needs to accept the conditions put forth by the US if everything revolving around space shall function. Deutny, on top of that, claims that the space should receive a similar status such as the Antarctic. This is a little utopian when it comes to realpolitik. Collaboration in space, developing space stations is important, but the status quo shows that we lack the theoretical basis for this to happen. I'm wrapping up. And we have also the post-colonial imperial context, which adopts a critical astropolitical stance. I'm not going to go into the details of that. Currently, we have a problem which stems from the positivist approach to the issue. The status quo, our astropolitics definition is in favor of the status quo, and Robert Cox's approach, who is a neo-Gramscian and reading through his work, and with the Turkish counterpart, Mehmet Zayan, Hüsrev Tabak. In my thesis, I talked about the neo-Gramscian perspective and the empirical problematic. And we tried to suggest a neo-Gramscian policy approach. Here you see the interrelation of Cox's approach. I'd like to finally give you a couple of examples. Khrushchev, most important Russian or Soviet rather figure when it comes to space. The triangle I just showed you does not only concern, or rather, when Khrushchev talked to Eisenhower, he said, we are producing spaceships just like you are producing sausages. And Kennedy famously mentioned, we prefer going to space. And with that, NASA stocked up its space budget. And likewise, Ronald Reagan triggered China and forced it into space exploration? And this neo-Gramscian astropolitics concept also lends itself to a post-constructive train of thought. So international relations need to take into consideration this angle. The discipline of international relations needs to include astropolitics and tackle it from various angles: philosophical, epistemological, economic, political, etc. Thank you very much for your attention and giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ömer Furkan. I learned something new here today. Last but not least, Mr. Shahabettin Kutlu. Distinguished Deputy Rector, distinguished deans and professors, lecturers, thank you very much for giving me such an opportunity. We are being invited frequently lately to different universities to speak on this topic, but as far as I was able to observe, this is the symposium that tackles this issue from the right angle, and I wholeheartedly believe that all the papers that will be presented today will contribute to Turkey's research in this area. I will talk about new space or space 4.0. Some people call it new space, some people call it space 4.0. In the last decade, everybody had access to this. I've been somebody who worked in this area for the past 2 decades, and what I was able to observe was that big companies hand over this topic or this area to smaller startups, which I welcome very much. How did this new space concept come about? It's now much easier to go to space. We have broadband and narrowband services, and everybody can basically access this. We need to talk about small satellites as well. Communication, for the most part, runs via larger satellites, but smaller satellites have become part of commercial activities. These are classified according to their weight, and satellites at different weights can be sent into space right now. And with the development internet technologies, this is much more at the forefront. We are now at the 4th dimension, and we're even talking about 5G.
So all sorts of objects will be communicating with each other, and data will be collected in a certain center. This is also brought about space-based IoT systems. So let me tell you about this architecture. So if we are to talk about it as system architecture, there are sensors, and So there's data collected from the sensors on Earth, and also a CUBE satellite is used for the transmission of them, and also with web-based applications like a tablet or a mobile phone in corporate networks, the data is analyzed and evaluated. And also, so this space mission architecture, so there's a space part, and also there's an Earth part as well. There is also launching, and also there's user as well when reaching to the satellite. So we can talk about a direct reach of the satellite, direct reach of the sensors to the satellite, or reaching through a gateway. So how can small pieces of data can reach the satellite? So we have LoRaWAN, and so with also a low energy consumption, and also broadband coverage as well. So all these developments have started to provide us with some very economical solutions as well. This is used for communication, and also remote detection, and also environmental measurements are being made, and also the data of many applications used in maritime applications are transferred as well, and also many data about agriculture, just like the rainfall and also humidity, and are also transferred as well. And so many different types of data are transferred to the centers, and so users can be provided with very beneficial data as well. This is called the new space sector over the last decade. And with the relaunchable missiles being introduced, many important developments have taken place over the last decade. And also there are some satellite boxes. And so this development is making it possible for everyone to go to space at very low cost, and also this has reduced the cost of launching missiles to the world, launching satellites to the space. And until 2020, as you can see, the costs have been reduced as well. It's about $1,400 per kilogram, and this is going lower and lower. And all the satellites which have been launched from the Earth, and some 10,000 satellites have been launched, and also some 3,400 satellites are working actively. What really matters is that there has been an increase of 28% over the last years, and also some 1,800 of these 3,400 satellites are used for communication purposes, and also in the small satellites which are below 600 kilograms, from 2011 to 2030, there has been a 30-fold increase. And these are very important parameters for the future. And so at the beginning of the 90s and 2000s, only large organizations and also governments were able to provide services in this area. Now even startup companies can provide these services. Intelsat, for example, belonged to all the countries, including Turkey. It was used to provide some communication services. Within time, it was privatized, and with the developments in the communication industry, it has become even more widespread. According to research, in the small satellites from 100 kilos to 600 kilos, and so the market increased by 21 over the last years. So there was a fourfold increase, and in the ones from 101 to 500 kilograms. So there is a growth in this market as well. But what really draws our attention is in the increase in the number of small satellites up to 100 kilograms. Another research in 2014 and 2016, communication was 6%, but now communication is expected to have a share of 27% by the year 2023. Another study from 2015 to 2019, the share of communication satellites was 29%, and it is also expected to increase by threefold again. So when we look at there are two I2 MTM, and also so these are so there are some 61 satellite fleets, and in terms of use, from 2015 to 2024. So the military applications remain the same, and also civil operations have reduced. However, commercial operations will get a bigger share in the years to come. And also, when it comes to users, it is mainly the companies and the universities are in the second place. And so this satellite, some small satellites are made and they are launched to the space for the training of their students, and in the years to come, and there will be more human resources working in this field, and there will be more studies as well. And also based on their size, and so we see satellites of 1, 4, and 7 kilogram satellites. And there are some cubes with an edge of 10 centimeters. So these are the most common ones in the market. So it is another satellite, and so there are 3 use. So that the green ones are the ones which have already been launched, and the green ones are the ones which are being planned. Both are increasing, and in terms of their frequency bands, so it is UHF band, X band, S band, VHF band, and also Ka band have the first type plates, and also UHF is for amateur. Is mainly used for amateur satellites. And also it can, so we can say that its military use will gradually increase as well. And based on countries, I'm not sure whether you can see the numbers. The US has the highest number of satellites with 1,218. So they are by far ahead. So I told you about the increase over the last decade. As you can see, starting from 2011 and 12, there has been a remarkable increase, and also there was a reduction during the pandemic, but we believe that these numbers will increase in the years to come. And in terms of the numbers of satellites, all the companies that you see in the slides are corporate companies, from startups to large companies. There are hundreds of these companies, and we are talking about satellite fleets, hundreds of satellite fleets as well. The US, Europe, China, Japan, and Canada are ahead of the others, as you can see. SpaceX, OneWeb, and Iridium Global Star, and O3b are providing broadband, and also in the narrow band. So we see Swarm's, Iridium's, Orbcom, Globestar, and Capaneer. So the company Swarm, as Swarm was acquired by SpaceX last August, and SpaceX has acquired a company in the field of IoT as well, which has brought it to the forefront. And so you see some, for example, satellite companies based on the weight of satellites. And so if you take a look at Starlink in the forthcoming years, and so they target an income of $10 billion. They are targeting to reach 14 million users, and so an income of $10 billion a year, and would cause some breakdowns in the communication industry in the long run. And so with the 5G infrastructure coming up over the recent times, there's a threat here as well, because Starlink, and we know that Starlink is working on some so mobile phones will be able to be used from the satellites directly, and also we'll be able to send data will be taken out abroad as well. And so these situations may impact our personal data privacy as well, or data security as well. There are certain threats awaiting Turkey. There is a breakdown in communication, and also the existing infrastructures are becoming out of date. So the GSM, Turkey hasn't made a decision about GSM 5G. The licenses haven't been distributed yet. But so all the investments made may go to the treasury as well, and also because products will be important, this can cause some economic dependence, and also And in terms of public security, with the internet network coming outside the authority or public authority, it can be used for terrorist activities as well. And as for the opportunities, in terms of opportunities, communication will be accessible everywhere, and also the technical infrastructure will be developed. From an economic point of view, communication services will be provided at a lower cost, and also it can also provide an alternative for the domestic GSM operators as well, and some economic so there are many risks awaiting us, and also there are risks about coordination, and also there are some frequency coordination and legal related problems, and also so there are some technological problems, and also the financial and also cost dimensions as well, computation, sales and marketing, and also there are customers as well. So all these are topics are awaiting us. There are some technical risks as well about public communication, and also avoiding crashes and collisions, and also in terms of direction as well. And some companies are taking care of these in certain countries, and so imagine that all our data are transferred from satellite to satellite, and they are downloaded in the United States, including our bank data, and also avoiding collisions is very important. We were talking about some garbages in the space as well. And there are some legal risks as well, and in the International Telecommunication Union, so we are talking about an application approval period of 14 years. In the first 7 years, there is a coordination process, and then you make application. So there is a long-term process through which you'll be completing your satellite fleet. As Aselsan, we are working on this topic, but we are mainly focusing on is to be able to solve all these problems in a domestic and national way. But as you would appreciate, and there are certain topics which may go beyond the power of Aselsan. So I believe that universities have a very important bit to do, and also, as mentioned by the previous speakers, publications should be increased in number as well, and also, so we keep talking about these topics in military settings and in scientific settings as Aselsan, but without cooperating, it is we believe that we cannot go over all this come over all these problems as a country. We believe that there's a need for synergy, and I hope that the papers presented in this symposium will be beneficial for all of us. And as Aselsan, we are always prepared to do our part, and we will maintain our efforts. I try to make my presentation as fast as possible, and if you have any questions, then I can provide you with more detailed answers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Şahabettin Bey, for your presentation. And so I think we were right to place him in the last. And so Aselsan is doing things which are down to earth, and so they do everything that concerns finances and also competition as well. It is scary. So where is this competition going towards in this space, and to what products it will turn into? And at the beginning, if you remember, Ferhat Bey is using. It talked about international and also training in an international organization, which are very important services. And so we are talking about coming up with national and domestic products. And I think this has been a great session. Starting from the beginning, we've had 5 speakers, very valuable scientists. And so let's say one question for each speaker. For example, does anyone have any questions to the first speaker, to Asia Pacific Cooperation Organization, Space Cooperation Organization? Yes. Wait for the microphone, please. And so, yes, they are inviting projects. Hello. I'm from Ankara University Faculty of Law. First and foremost, I'd like to thank all the presenters for their presentations. My question is, China has an international lunar-based project, and will China, and you said that the other countries will also be contributing, and so you said that it is possible for other countries to make contributions to this. But when it comes to making contributions about the lunar station, what kind of a cooperation is permitted? Are there any limits to this? And do you think it will be possible for us? Do you think a certain area will be allocated to us as an in that lunar station? Ferhat Bey, have you been able to hear the question? As far as I can hear it, let me try to answer it. And our colleague is asking about China's lunar station project. To what extent can Turkey take part in the lunar station project of China? To tell the truth, China has set this as a target, and so they have some efforts to produce some technology which is ongoing, but they've realized that it's a competition, but that's not something that can be achieved by a single country. So they have invited all the world countries into this project, and then so it is still an open question for us at which points that we can contribute. But as far as I can see, our software engineers and also so the spacecraft to be developed, and also the production of the pieces of these spacecrafts, and maybe Turkey can have as maybe an observation device in the future in that lunar station, and I believe it all depends and to what extent our country wants to become integrated to it. And from the point of view of APSCO, Turkey, our country, has a great power. So it has talents, and it has a know-how, and it has engineers. However, one of our problems as a country, and so when our engineers and scientists start studying, there is a lack of mechanisms which will be funding these people. So this is what APSCO is doing. APSCO is not only about training or education. There are many other projects which I had to skip due to time constraints. However, APSCO has funded and some 40 other, for example, research projects as well. And for example, remote detection or remote sensing is a very important part of the efforts of APSCO, and also satellite manufacturing. So there are some deep space observations as well. This is the second year so there's our strategic plan has everything that you can think of, but what's limiting us is the project offers coming from the countries. So these are very important as well. I'm sorry, my dog is barking. So the more diverse the projects coming from our countries, and the higher level we can participate in all these efforts. And it all depends on what our engineers and our developers will be doing. And you'll be drafting your projects, and you'll be sending them to us, and we'll be funding them to implement them. However, so this lunar station is somewhat a new project. So the Chinese came up with this project in 2016 after studies of 20 years. And so now they have also invited all the countries to take part in this effort as well. Now, is there a question for Oktay Tanrısever? Mr. Oktay Tanrısever. Professor, are there any questions for Professor Oktay Tanrısever about safety, about, for example, missile shields, and also, and so he talked about the Soviet Union, and he talked about when the US announced its missile shield project, then Russia gave up, and so are there any questions? Yes, please. So this intersonic missile is already providing Russia with some superiority. And although this came up in Ukraine, we can talk about the international cooperation has been ended. Maybe, especially in the lunar project. So the US has an Artemis agreement which covers 8 countries. So it shows that the United States is allocating certain parts of moon for itself. And do you think Russia will have superiority? Do you think the United States will be superior to Russia in a traditional war as well? Thank you very much. The floor is yours. As far as I can hear, within the changing character of warfare, space is going to gain a very important place. And in the Ukrainian war, certain satellites have become some legitimate targets. I'm not sure whether we will come to this point. I'm not sure whether there could be wars in space. However, this ability has developed. So when the satellites are destroyed, when the satellites of one country are destroyed by another country, then they deactivate the armed systems on Earth from air to. So there's some GPS support and also data provided by space structures, and so when you destroy these satellites, then these systems go blind and they can't be active. If there is a very large or big war in the future, and I think the first targets will be the satellite systems in space, so it would be appropriate to claim this. And so new missile systems are now being developed. Speed is getting important here, and in these war systems, there's an issue of dependence as well. For example, the new plane systems will be unmanned, and also a concept called war of the networks has developed and has been coined, and space. We hope such things won't happen. However, the current military strategy is taking all these into consideration in its planning in the coming periods, and the space will be in the heart of all the security-related activities in the world. And in accordance with this, all the countries are making preparations, and the defense industries are developing products to this end. I think we need to be following all this attentively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oktay. Mr. Oktay mentioned this new concept of network wars. It's the first time I'm hearing this. May God save us all. Now, anyone who would like to address a question to Cüneyt Dirican, please. Yes, please. Unfortunately, I can't hear the lady, I'm guessing, who's asking the question. This is why I cannot interpret the question into English. Thank you very much for this question. Of course, entrepreneurship is a different notion. It's a different culture. So it has different dimensions, and our situation is not as bad. To my right, we have a brand representative, we have rocket science, so we have public support as well. And during my presentation, I wanted to draw your attention to the public sector and incentivize the public sector. TOG, for example, is one of the prime examples in Turkey. It's not only a car manufacturer. It can turn into an ammunition facility as well, God forbid, if war erupts. One of the most important problems of Turkey, you see it on the homepage of the Central Bank of Turkey. Bosses lack capitals, and if they have it, they don't invest in their companies. So this is why we have to generate capital through PPPs, for example, or approach this from a different angle. The Silicon Valley is always given as an example. Similar structures need to be established, and this is how to incentivize people. Of course, partnerships and good practices are required. For example, Eskişehir is kind of a hub when it comes to aviation, and they export a great deal as well. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but we need to work on our forte, on our strong muscle in all different areas. We have the same problem because everyone is expected to be capable of everything. Everybody needs to focus on their forte. Magic Johnson and Orlando Lakers or LA Lakers coach is asked, how do you do it? And the coach replies, we're not losing time on everything, we're focusing on our strong side. So if we are strong in robotics, produce robots. If you're good in winery, then focus on winemaking. So whatever is your forte, whatever is your hub, Eskişehir, Aselsan, private sector, talk model, Torku model, or cooperatives, I don't know, but at the end of the day, you need to focus on your strong side and create or pinpoint two niche areas. You cannot produce everything at the same time. Satellites and missiles and terminals, that's for sure. So this is why in your strategic targets, you need to prioritize your strong side, which can be coordinated with start-ups and international collaborations. I might be wrong, but this is my take on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Cüneyt. Now, we can take the questions to Ömer Furkan Kesikbaş. If anyone has questions, now is the time. I believe Mr. Furkan had a suggestion. Does anybody remember from the presentation? Well then, questions to Mr. Shahabettin. He mentioned 5G, new generation, the competition. I'm assuming you have questions dedicated to Shahabettin Bey. Microphone, please. Unfortunately, I'm unable to hear the speaker. He is using a microphone, but the sound is not sufficient for me to interpret the question into English. Thank you. If anyone would like to contribute. Thank you very much. As you said, as ISSELS, we're working on this, and I'm the project manager of this topic. We prioritize this issue very much. There are some satellite projects that and small projects that the public sector does not want to get involved in, and this is how we step in, because in the long term those projects have benefit to the whole of society. When you use AI in agricultural policy, for example, you can increase your harvest and the efficiency of the soil, or if you can use AI in fire extinguishing activities and so on and so forth. For example, remember last summer's wildfires. If we would implement these projects, we wouldn't experience such wildfires anymore. So we are open to all kinds of national and international collaborations in this regard as well. APSCO was mentioned. I hope that APSCO and similar institutions and organizations open the way for us. This is my request. And I'm not saying this as a company, but we do all of this because we believe this will benefit the entire country. We could earn money. We could earn money by simply building terminals and selling satellites. We need to create services that add value. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you very much, Ahmet and Bey. Any other questions or contributions to the discussion? Presenters, guests, participants. I'm not sure whether this is your area of expertise. I'd like to dwell on the security aspect of things. So outer space, 1967, the UN treaty includes states. And in global wars, outsourcing is taking place. War is outsourced to companies. If this should happen in space, how will this concern international law? Because I don't believe this is regulated currently. I benefited to a great extent from Mrs. Nevra's PhD thesis. This is not my area of expertise. Of course, I'm aware of the 1967 UN treaty, but since this is not my area of expertise, I don't consider it appropriate to answer this question. Maybe Mrs. Nevra could answer this question. Well, hopefully during the coffee break, you can interact with Mrs. Nevra on this topic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all presenters, Mr. Ferhat Fikri, Mr. Oktay, Mr. Junaid, Mr. Ömer Furkan, and Mr. Shahabettin. Thank you to all of them individually. They opened up the horizon. They put question marks on the horizon as well, so we can try answering those questions. But I'm a little afraid, having listened to Mr. Shahabettin's presentation, where is the world headed to? If 5G steps in Starlink, what about the frequencies? It's a difficult thing. It's a difficult task. Of course, I would urge this university, and the deputy rector is also present here with us in this hall. Please work on this issue: big data, data analysis, cyber security, cyber activities. We're talking about a whole. And I second your worries, especially with regards to the future. Data security is very topical. Imagine that all data is going directly to the US without any stopover at another server or another country. This will put us in a very dangerous spot. We need to establish our own space station, and everybody does it, and this is not something you can avoid. So we need to develop local, national solutions in order to be able to defend ourselves when need arises. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Shahabettin. Distinguished participants, I know you're all very hungry. Now we will break for lunch and then we will continue with the remaining sessions. Thank you very much for your participation, and also thank you very much to our presenters, distinguished Dean, Mr. Ömer from the Faculty of Law and from the Faculty of Sciences and Natural Sciences. Thank you very much. Thank you for your joint efforts, Jane. Thank you for your joint collaboration. Thank you individually to everyone. This is wonderful work. Let's break for lunch. Let's have something to eat. Thank you for your participation. See you soon. Bye bye.
Konuşmacılarımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Birinci oturumumuz burada sona ermiştir. Şimdi oturum başkanımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Ahmet İncekara'ya teşekkür belgesini takdim etmek üzere Rektör Yardımcımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Recep Güloğlu'nu sahneye davet ediyorum. Şimdi de katılımcılarımızdan Doçent Doktor Cüneyt Dirican hocamıza katılım belgelerini teslim etmek üzere Fen Fakültesi Dekanımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Tansel Ak'ı sahneye davet ediyorum. Şimdi de katılımcılarımızdan Doktor Ömer Furkan Kesikbaş hocamıza katılım belgesini teslim etmek üzere İktisat Fakültesi Dekanımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Sayım Yorğun hocamızı sahneye davet ediyorum. Son olarak Sayın Şahabettin Kutlu'ya katılım belgesini teslim etmek üzere Hukuk Fakültesi Dekan Yardımcımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Faruk Kerem Giray hocamızı sahneye davet ediyorum. Online katılan hocalarımıza belgeleri e-mail Sayın Rektör Yardımcım, Sayın Dekanlarım, kıymetli konuklar ve sevgili öğrenciler, sempozyumumuzun ikinci oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Oturumumuza başlamadan önce sempozyumumuza sponsor olan firmalara teşekkür belgesi sunumumuz olacaktır. İlk olarak Turkish Loco firması adına Sayın Ayhan Top'u kürsüye davet ediyorum. Kendisine teşekkür belgesini takdim etmek üzere İktisat Fakültesi Dekanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Sayın Yorğun hocamızı da kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Ömer hocamla birlikte çok teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun.
Sempozyumumuzun ulaşım sponsoru olan Sayın Ömer Ceylan'ı kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Tekrar sempozyumumuzun ikinci oturumuna hoş geldiniz. Şimdi oturum başkanı olarak Sayın Profesör Doktor Turhan Tarhan hocamızı takdim etmek isterim. Şimdi ise oturumda tebliğ sunacak kıymetli araştırmaları takdim etmek isterim. Sayın Profesör Larry Martinez, Sayın Doktor Aurelien Turur, Sayın Doktor Öğretim Üyesi Tuğrul Çakır, Sayın Doktor Merve Erdan Burger ve Sayın Doktor Berdan Neslihan Akün. Sözlü oturum başkanı Sayın Profesör Doktor Turgut Tarhanlı'ya veriyorum. Buyurun.
Çok teşekkür ederim. Öncelikle böyle bir organizasyonu gerçekleştirdikleri için İstanbul Üniversitesi'ne, İstanbul Hukuk Fakültesi ve İktisat Fakültesi ve diğer kurumlara işbirlikleri ve katkıları için teşekkür ediyorum. Ayrıca beni davet ettikleri için de benim eski kurumum olan İstanbul Hukuk Fakültesi'ne ve Sayın Dekanına, dostum Sayın Profesör Doktor Ömer Ekmekçi'ye şükranlarımı sunuyorum. Bu toplantıyı açarken büyük ölçüde hukuk odaklı bir oturum olacak. Elbette siyaset bilimciler de var. Fakat Türkiye'de düzenlenen bir uzay odaklı toplantıda özellikle hukuk cephesinde Türkiye'nin 1964 yılında uzay hukuku, Space Law başlığı altında Ankara Siyasal Bilgiler Fakültesi'nde bir monografik yayını gerçekleştirmiş olan, ilk monografik yayını gerçekleştirmiş olan Profesör Sehamera'yı burada şükranla anmak isterim. Kendisi maalesef 77 yılında vefat etti. Benim burada ayrıca anekdotlar olarak belki bulunmamın başka bir manevi önemi var. 32 yıl önce bu salonda, bu kürsünün önünde bulunduğumda Türkiye'deki ilk doktora tezinin uzay hukuku ile ilgili doktora tezimi burada savunmuştum. Biraz erken bir doktora tezi çalışması oldu belki. Fakat genç araştırmacılarla
back then, space sciences and space-related issues were not very topical, so I might have been a little ahead of time. And to be honest, I'm a little proud of that as well. Without further ado, let me give now the floor to our first presenter, Professor Larry Martinez from California State University, the legal and policy dimensions in outer space and cyber conflict. Professor Martinez, you have the floor.
All the speakers have just 15 minutes, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
I was going to speak up at the lecture.
Sure.
Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here and to be among such a distinguished panel and distinguished colleagues who have come in some cases from very far away, and we are all here to talk and discuss and learn from each other about a most exciting area of governmental and commercial policy, as well as developments in law. I am not a lawyer. I'm a political scientist, but that doesn't stop me from saying something about law. So political scientists love to talk, and they love to opine about things that they may not be fully qualified to opine about. But I hope that my talk today will show you that there are some contributions that social scientists can make to the study of law and policy in this area of outer space governance and the regime. Okay. On my students.
Öğrencilerimi şu şekilde etkilemeye çalışırım. Derim ki sınavda analize odaklanın. Ve öğrenciler de bunun neticesinde şunu sorarlar. Analiz ne ola ki? Ve şimdiye kadar analizi anlatmaya çalışırken tabii pek çok hata yaptım ve artık şöyle özetliyorum. Öğrencilerin anlayacağı şekilde özetliyorum. 2 kelime kullanıyorum. Betimleme ne sorusunu cevaplar. Analiz ise neden sorusunu cevaplar. Bugün ise biz analiz yapacağız. Yani neden dış uzay uygulaması gelişiyor, neden değişiyor?
7 decades from the very beginnings when we saw on October 4th, 1957, the Soviet Union orbiting the Sputnik satellite. And that changed everything. It changed the whole idea of state sovereignty, because for the first time, an object from another country was flying through what was then considered the sovereign airspace of a country, because there was no limit to airspace. And so the first time that Sputnik flew over the United States, it was a sensation because the Soviet Union is violating United States sovereignty. Well, the United States then orbited Explorer 1 a few months later, and the American satellite was flying through Soviet airspace. And so the legal regime then had to evolve. My argument here is that if you look at the outer space regime back at the beginning, it very, very closely resembled the communications regime. And I think that we can gain a valuable insight about how the legal regime for outer space will evolve if we look carefully at how the communications regime has evolved. And you can then push the argument forward further, as I do in the paper for this symposium. And I argue that the communications regime is today dominated by the internet, and that the internet regime will, in the future, come to dominate also the outer space regime. And so I hope that this will spur discussion, and we can then talk about differing opinions. So let's first start with the outer space regime. It exists as 5 treaties, and these treaties were begun with the launching shortly after Sputnik, and resulted then in the 5 basic treaties that constitute the basis of the legal regime. Communications was also the subject of international treaties. And so what we're looking at here in terms of this argument is, if we look at how can we, let's say, imagine how regimes evolve. And so one of the ways that we can look at this is using an analogy. And the analogy, I think, that serves this purpose very well is a mapping analogy. And if we can map in our minds what is going on, is that we can make some sense of the changes that we're seeing in the legal and policy arenas. In other words, mapping is very much a mental aid to comprehending something that's very complex. Let me give you an example. I'm sure, or I think, in Turkish, when you talk about the internet and your phone or your computer, you talk also in terms of mapping, because you talk about an upload and a download. That in itself means that in reality, of course, we know there is no up and there's no down in communications. And yet we talk about it as if it is a place where you can map. And so, for instance, we can look here at this topographical map of this area, and you can see the differing elevations, and you can see the prominent geographic features of where Istanbul is and how all that shapes the way in which the history of this very wonderful area has evolved over time. This is a map of another topography, and this is the map of the Outer Space Treaty. So this map shows you which countries in green that have joined the Outer Space Treaty through ratification. The yellow countries are those that have signed, and the red countries are the non-parties to the Outer Space Treaty. So you can look and compare the legal topography of the Outer Space Treaty. Let's look at the outer space legal topography used in this example. And so I hope that everyone has a chance to visit the Hawaiian Islands sometime. The Hawaiian Islands are also the result of volcanism, and so they plate tectonics, and you can see that the 5 islands of the Hawaiian chain in this analogy represent 5 treaties. So in the old legal regime, it was dominated by the 5 treaties. The new regime for outer space means that the 5 treaties are not sufficient for explaining what is going on. And so much like if you're on an island or near an ocean, like here, you have to examine very carefully what is happening under the surface. And so I've put some labels up here, for instance, where you can see the topography of the ocean bottom, but also I identified some of the okay, on the chart, I identified, for instance, the 5 hard law treaties, and then you can look at something such as the Artemis Accords. The Artemis Accords are not a treaty, but nonetheless, they are very important today in shaping the outer space regime, and they're represented by subsurface features of this new topography that we have to look for. The big change in the outer space regime is also taking place in the communications area, and this is the shift from these hard law treaties to soft law. And so cyber is what we designate as the legal and policy regime for electronic telecommunications. In the beginning, cyber, or telecommunications, was analog. So we have to now start going under the surface into the policy areas to look very specifically at the technology and what kind of a governance regime is possible given the structure of the technology. Originally, telecommunications was a function undertaken by circuit switched network architecture. A circuit switched network architecture means you have a central switch, and the central switch is what connects users by the manipulation of the switch. So there is actually a hard pathway between each user in a circuit switch architecture. This was dominated by government monopolies because the architecture of the circuit switch matched a single owner, a single operator, and they then ran and directed the system. And these were the natural monopoly that we had then in outer space, in cyber. In cyber, the big disruption occurred with the invention of the microchip back in the 1960s, which had the effect of radically lowering the cost of communicating between users on a telecommunications network. Nobel laureate Oliver Williamson won the Nobel Prize for his work on transaction cost economics. And the transaction cost economics model matches perfectly the kind of regime evolution that we are seeing in the telecommunications area, and as I argued, also in the outer space arena. So in other words, declining information costs completely undermined the circuit dominance and the ownership by a government monopoly and the justifications for having a single owner and operator of the telecommunications infrastructure. So what we see then with the declining costs and the digital techniques for communicating is that telecommunications market liberalization reduced or eliminated the argument for the government monopolies, because anybody can communicate using a packet switch network architecture. As long as you correspond your use to the technical protocols of the packet switch network architecture. And of course, what is the secret of the universe in the internet? The secret of the universe is TCP/IP. This is a piece of software that runs the world today. It was developed back in the 1970s by Vint Cerf, and its transmission control protocol, internet protocol. The internet does not exist. The internet is the voluntary interconnection of networks using TCP/IP protocol. That's the internet. There is no internet. The internet exists as separate networks that voluntarily connect themselves using a piece of software. So the way in which now you can connect a network doesn't require a central switch. You can use then any technique that you want. And this changed in country after country, the regulatory mechanisms. Turkey used to have a government monopolies. You used to have the entire system owned and operated by a government monopoly. Now, with the internet, anybody can bring any apparatus and hook it up into any network that they want. Let's go to outer space. Outer space was run as a communications monopoly. Space exploration in the beginning was dominated by space programs, governmental owned and operated rockets and satellites. So space communications provided by these intergovernmental organizations, such as Intelsat and Inmarsat, Intersputnik, were there by way of the hard law treaties. However, what happens in space is that you have declining costs, and you have now Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and other people who are disrupting what used to be a government monopoly. And so you now have a growing field of commercial space operations. In the previous panel, they were talking about Space 4.0, for instance, and so forth. And so the way was open in outer space now for non-governmental commercial space ventures directly in parallel to the communications regime evolution, which went from a government monopolist to a whole array of different commercial operators. What is complicating all of this and moving us even further into the deregulated area of communications, I argue, is cybersecurity. Because of the openness of the internet protocol, it was never designed to be secure, is that you now have the World Wide Web completely liberalizing a open structure that is premised on the network operator being able to spy on the users. The business model is in a very pioneering book by Zuboff, is surveillance capitalism. Surveillance capitalism means that the business model for the internet is the ability to track users and sell the tracking data to the advertisers. That's how they all make money. And the more engagement you have, and this is the debate about social media, the more engagement you have, the more money you make. And so the internet is, from its very design and from its business model, it is meant to be porous. That means it's insecure. From the very beginning, it is insecure. And so this now is the challenge for the policy and legal side. To further complicate it is that this is now merging with outer space, because you can take the economies of surveillance capitalism and apply it to thousands of satellites in Starlink, OneWeb, and Facebook is also intending to launch their own mega constellation, because then you can have billions of users around the world communicating through an open infrastructure of the mega constellations, tracking user behaviors on that mega constellation platform, and sell the information then to advertisers. And so you have then a system that requires a certain degree of openness. All of these factors work against the hard law regulatory regime. And so all of the former intergovernmental agreements that form the ITU and the COPUOS and the space treaties are now falling by the wayside as multi-stakeholder organizations dominating the internet governance structure, such as ICANN, which is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, force the ITU to move away from its traditional intergovernmental structure towards a much more open multi-stakeholder governance. And we are also looking at the outer space regime with the recently approved long-term sustainability guidelines that were approved by the COPUOS members that are voluntary. They're completely voluntary, and this means then that these are also then subject then to the prerogatives of states whether or not they want to form it. The other interesting organization to really become acquainted with is the CCSDS, which is the Consultative Committee for Space Data Systems. They were previously a somewhat unknown organization, but have gained a tremendous amount of awareness because of the problem of cybersecurity in outer space. And how do we keep satellite systems secure if all these systems are being built to voluntary protocols? And so the recent disruption of the bias system in Ukraine, supposedly by Russia, is an indication of how thoroughly vulnerable these satellite systems are to cyber security problems. So I want to conclude by arguing then that if you want to understand how is the outer space legal regime going to evolve, that you are best to look at how is the communications regime evolving, and what we see in the communications regime in terms of multi-stakeholder voluntary agreements and the way in which cybersecurity is becoming paramount is that this is directly mirrored, for instance, in the Artemis Accords. Take a look at the Artemis Accords and its voluntary agreement. What are they talking about? One of the big issues was mining of asteroids. And so the prospect of mining asteroids and what we hopefully see within a couple of years will be the mining of water at the south pole of the moon. Who owns that water? That's incredibly valuable resource, because with water, you can break it apart and you have oxygen and hydrogen. You can breathe the oxygen and you can burn the hydrogen. And the Artemis Accords attempted to create a new legal agreement for the capture of this immense resource that we can look at. Very, very similar to what is also going on in the communication trail. I hope I spurred you to thinking after this delicious lunch. I don't see many people sleeping yet, so I hope we can have a very engaged discussion about these very interesting topics. And I really want to thank you and the organizers for giving me the chance to come to your wonderful city of Istanbul and to raise these issues with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Martinez, regarding your excellent presentation on the today's features of the space regime, which I mean the superseding power of the information technology, law and policy issues, I think. Thank you so much. We have a time constraint for this session, I was told so. So now the second speaker, Dr. Ömer from National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies from France. And the title is Space Sustainability, Governance Trends. Please, Lord.
Hello everyone. No, nobody's sleeping yet. That's good. So I will start by saying thank you to the organizer for inviting me to my first ever talk in Turkey, where I live. It's an honor for me. Thank you to be back. I will speak with you today about the talk about space sustainability, because you will see why it's an important topic, and it's really following on the discussion. So basically, he was presenting you how the space regime was dominated by governmental regulations and the really state-led state actors, and the 5 treaties were really important in the first period. I will look into the evolution and more specifically into the process. So I will highlight to you the trends. So especially moving beyond those 5 treaties. So what is the issue of space sustainability? There is still a discussion about the definition. I won't go with the exact detail, but especially it's about continued use and access to the outer space environment. So for future generations, but also in the discussion of today for the future of the space economy, which is the trend which is being disrupted. So one of the major points about space sustainability threats is the creation of space debris. and I will explain quickly. So why the threat of space debris is making the space sustainability situation worse? There are different aspects. So the magnitude of the space traffic has been increasing since the 1990s, 2000. There have been more spacefaring nations who have been launching more satellites. But now, with the disruption that Professor Martin has mentioned, so now what is being launched is exponential in the numbers. So the smaller satellites are launching much larger constellations, such as, for instance, Starlink and SpaceX Starlink. So these are thousands of satellites. So really the crowded aspect. So there is more traffic now, and this is creating collision risks. So this is a big problem for space sustainability. And the second is the increased use of space as a support to military activities. So that was the discussion in the previous session. So the presenters were mentioning how space science and technology, intelligence, navigation, missiles, everything is related with support to military operations, and this has been increasing over the past decades. So there has been already the case during the Cold War, but over the last 2 decades, more nations have access to missile technology, and also it's becoming easier to destroy satellites. So now this is also really a pressing issue, putting the threat on space sustainability. And the last aspect is that actually this is the most global issue for everyone involved in space activities, because if one satellite is disturbed, it can create problems to every stakeholder. So the stakeholders in space, the companies who launch space assets, it can threaten the lives of astronauts and the satellite operation. And also all the benefits which result from space activities back on Earth are also finished if space is unusable. So these are what I won't go into the details now, just keep reading it. But these are a few highlights which will be in the paper about the resuming of anti-satellite testing in the past decades. Most important since 2007, but also last year, 2019. This is to show you a little bit in the numbers. So like exponential increase of of space really. So probably you can see 50,000 satellites are being planned, to give you the order of magnitude. So what is space debris? A little bit just quickly overview. So we are talking about debris when the piece is unresponsive, which can be the size of a bus. So it can be from 10 centimeters to the big end like which is as big as a bus. When it's not controllable anymore, it will be a space debris. So if you can imagine, so now all the small satellite constellations, many of them won't be maneuverable, which means you can't control them, can't move them. So there you will have probability issues. So this is the threat. So I got the space governance system and the main stakeholders. So Professor Martin has mentioned the 5 treaties. So these have been shaped mainly in the United Nations level at the UN. And also the ITU has shaped regulations and recommendations. So just to give you an overview of the other governance platforms. So besides just the United Nations Conference, where member states have delegates such as diplomats, but also space agency advisors are also coming to discuss. There are also international levels such as the IEF, the International Federation, who has some committees who go into deeper discussions and to propose policy innovations. So the IAEA, the IAS for space law, the ILA, the International Law These are some think tanks and the NGOs who are really contributing to the shaping the debates which have led to new instruments now. So now just briefly, it's just, you can see the categories of different actors. So at national level, you can see both. And now the commercial operators are also playing an active role in shaping the governance instruments. So we're not anymore in the diplomacy and state discussions for space governance. So just a quick mention about the origin of space sustainability initiatives. So it really came out from the efforts and debates concentrated on space traffic management when it started to really increase already in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. And also the discussion, there was a study from the IEA, so one of the platforms of discussion gathering experts, which I just mentioned before, they make these studies, they call them cosmic studies, and they gather experts on debris, for instance, and they come together and they discuss about, okay, the policy, what is the more pressing issue, how we can address debris mitigation, for instance. And then the process continues, and slowly they came to produce some guidelines, which I will talk about later on. So this is really how the biggest space sustainability initiative came to be, which is the long-term space sustainability guidelines that also Professor Martinez mentioned before. So the emergence of the instruments under the government, what was happening under the governmental platform, the same place as the Five Space Treaty emerged at APSCO level. There was a working group, and then there were many years of discussions, and then they approved it in 2016, a few guidelines, 2019 they approved more, so it's more than 20 guidelines right now. And this is really the nexus of space sustainability policy, space sustainability governance progress. So this is kind of the first tool. So we don't have a treaty, another treaty, but this is now the soft law and the result of norm, it's a normative process. So after that, from the 90s and 2000s, so these guidelines, they emerged really more recently. There have been a really trend of additional instruments which are not shaping themselves in the goalposts. So this is just to give you an example, it will be explained in the paper. Until the 90s, so before that, you can have the idea which were the enabling fora who were shaping the discussion about space policy. And you can see that since the early days of the space era, so like since the launch of Sputnik in 1957, there have been resolutions in the United Nations already mentioning about space and about some principles which are still valid today, such as we should preserve the outer space environment, and we should keep it for peaceful uses. And so there are some principles which have been always there, and they are like basic elements which are the basis for space sustainability, the later guidelines. So they are based on existing principles and laws. It's just that they go beyond. So here I put together, so then I won't go into the details for all of them, but I distinguished the three types of instruments. So on the left column, you have the basic elements of space government. These are the ones who emerged from the 1950s until the 2000s and until today. And you can see that inside all of them, you have elements which are supporting the preservation of space for the next generation and for commercial activities. So these are the foundations. And then the major instruments are the ones who centered around the debris mitigation efforts, and they also expand, they support really space sustainability, because as I mentioned to you before, the debris mitigation are really the center also the sustainability debates, because really avoiding the collisions and preserving the use is really key for the future of space commercial activity. And then the supporting instrument, that's the latest trend that I wanted to emphasize in the paper. You can see, for instance, SSC best practices. For instance, this is the State-Space Safety Coalition, and this is shaped with commercial actors. It is not a United Nations and UN focused guideline or instrument. The commercial actors understood that it's in their interest to preserve the space environment, and they signed some best practices. So they engage themselves, they commit themselves to behave responsibly in order to secure the sustainable use of outer space. So there is a long list. So because we don't have so much time, let me show you more details about the ISO also, the standard efforts. It's also interesting. So I mentioned this one, so I will start with this one. We have time, I will go back to ISO. So you can see the Space Safety Coalition, the consortium, the conference consortium for execution and rendezvous and servicing operation, the World Economic Forum, the initiative for space sustainability rating. These are really consortia, coalition, and industry member associations who are they are taking the active role now. They are shaping the missing elements in the traditional space governance. So this is the interesting trend that I wanted to highlight. This is something new I wanted to present quickly today. There is an initiative that is shaping itself. It's not started yet, but there is a group working on that. It's called ADT, and they are aiming to teach the C-level executives how to understand the space sustainability and how to make their their business practices more sustainable. So this I want to watch what they are doing. It's going to be interesting in terms of space governance. And a little more time. These are the concluding remarks, maybe. So the non-state actors are really playing a more active role, and I think it's really interesting to see because in the space policy discussions we hear a lot about how there is not enough treaties or regulations and how the problem is getting worse. There are some irresponsible behaviors, but now we can also see that part of the problem is also giving part of the solution. So when you can incentivize the commercial actors who are going to be a much larger portion of the actors present in space, when they can really behave responsibly, then maybe we have also as good a progress as a treaty. So that would be what I would like to leave you with.
Thank you so much, Dr. Güver. It was so interesting by hearing and listening to your presentation. I can remember that the main space treaties mostly concluded during the years of 60s and 70s. Under the Corpus, authority, and then the world has enormous developments, even covering the space activities, but in the Earth as well. I mean, the sustainability or neoliberalism, business and human rights and whatever. So it was just removed filters before our eyes. I mean, regarding this impact of the, international developments and the space activities and the regime of space, outer space. Thank you so much once again. And the next speaker is from Ankara. Dr. Çakır from University Faculty of Law, and his presentation titled as Liability of Private Entities Rising from Space Operations. Dr. Çakır, take the floor. Sağ ol. Oradan mı? Tamam. 15 dakika sonra teşekkürler.
Güzel kişilerin güzel anlamda sadece anlattığı güzel faaliyetlerin ticaretleşme sürecine ne kadar hızlı devam etse soğuk savaş döneminde yapılan güzel anlaşmaları güzel kişiler tarafından yapılan faaliyetleri detaylı bir için ele almak. Güzel anlaşmasının 6. maddesi bu faaliyetlerin gerçekleştirilmesine yasaklanmış. Ancak devletlerin izni ve devamlı takip tersine bağlamıştır. Aynı madde güzel kişilerin tarafından yürütülen faaliyetlerin ulusal faaliyet olarak kabul etmiş ve bu faaliyetlerden dolayı devletin sorumluluğunu öngörmüş. Bu madde dönemin süper gücü olan ABD ve Sovyetler Birliği'nin güzel kişilerin faaliyetleri konusunda sahip oldukları farklı yaklaşımlar arasında bir ortaya bulunmak girişimi olarak kabul edilmektedir. Bu sunum kapsamında sadece uzay operasyonlarından doğan sorumluluk meselesi kullanılacaktır. Uzay operasyon kavramında anlaşılması gereken uzay sistemi yaratılması, yöntemi idaresi ve dünyaya geri dönüşüm. Dolayısıyla güzel kişisinin kavramından operasyonlarından kişiden operatör anlaşılmalıdır. Kısaca ifade etmemiz gerekirse, operatör bir uzay operasyonunun kendisi sorumlu altında bağımsız yönetişimi yürüten kişidir. Operatör, uzay sisteminin bitirme sahip olması gerekmez, uzay sistemi üzerinde etkin ve konuşmak sağlaması ifade edilir.
Uzay antlaşmaları tarafından ortaya konan sorumluluk rejiminin ve özel hukuk tüzel kişilerin yükselişiyle demode hale geldiği zaman zaman doktrinde ileri sürülmektedir. Bu sunum kapsamında tartışacağımız mesele, uzay sorumluluk rejiminin güncelliğini koruyup korumadığı ve günümüzün gerçekleriyle uyumlu olup olmadığı meselesidir. Bu bağlamda öncelikle özel hukuk tüzel kişilerin uluslararası alanda yükümlülük taşımadıklarının altını çizeceğiz. Daha sonraki aşamada devletler tarafından üstlenilen bu sorumluluğun iç hukukta özel hukuk tüzel kişilerine sınırlandırılmış bir biçimde yansıtılması.
So I would like to express that this responsibility are reflected to a limited level in the domestic laws of nations. In space law, in addition to, so the states have liability about the damages made to space objects as well, and I believe that the prerequisite of talking about the international responsibility of states, there has to be a wrongful action, and also the responsibility should be attributed to the state. And also the difference about the space law is that it is about attributability. So in international, that's why states as rule, the states are not responsible for the activities of private entities. However, in space law, so the activities of the private entities are seen as the activities of the state as well. So Article 6 of the Space Agreement, the activities of the space activities of private entities are considered as state activities. So when there is a wrongful act caused by the activities of a private entity, then this will be sufficient for the state to be held responsible for this. And and also the states have responsibility and liability about some dangerous space activities which are not prohibited by the treaties. And most of the time, the space activities are very dangerous. That's why, and there is a regime of liabilities in space law. And most of the time, these aim at protecting the victim, and also the space treaty, Article 7. And 1970 said that the states have responsibility for the acts of the private entities, and according to Article 2 of liability agreements, so the launching state has objective responsibility because of the damage made in the state. And in summary, so according to this agreement, the states are responsible for the damages made by space objects in the space at the level of their own responsibility as well. So we better talk about the relationship between responsibility and liability. And for example, damage is not a prerequisite for a wrongful action to occur. However, when it comes to a fault, and fault is not necessary for the emergence of an unwrongful act, a wrongful act, and responsibility and liability regimes are independent of each other, and if the conditions occur, then it is left to the initiative of the victim state to which of these they should apply. And when we look at Article 6 or 7, and so Article 6 and 7 can be said to have some characteristics of a case law. So Article 7 of the space law can be used as a general liability article, and also Article 7 can be used to cover some areas which are outside the scope of the liability and responsibility agreements. In 1980s, with commercialization of space activities, a new branch, so the space trade law also emerged. And one of the important sources of this field is the laws about space trade, our commerce. And one of the important areas dealt with in this area is the liability and responsibility of operators to third parties. And so this responsibility has been limited and restricted by the states in order to promote the development of space activities. And the state indemnifies the harm given by private entities, so they transfer the risk to the operator or to the insurer. So the responsibility of a private entity occurs in two ways. So the victim of the harm can make claims in international courts, or the state who is representing the victim can make claims against the state which is causing the harm. And also the states most of the time share the responsibility with these private entities through recourse. And of course, the main purpose of doing this is to mitigate the burden on public sources. And of course, the arrangement of this mechanism has caused or has compelled the states to make law about space. And of course, this mechanism should be openly expressed in the domestic law, which is of greatest importance, of very great importance. And so the most important result of operator liability in domestic law is the responsibility of having an insurance. This responsibility does not arise from space treaties. With commercialization of space activities, and this is considered as a response given to the development of these activities, and such this space activity development of state activities has also accelerated. In certain circumstances, the condition or the obligation of having an insurance can be softened or can be eliminated. And another reflection of these policies is restricting the responsibility of the operator. There are two main factors limiting the responsibility of the operator. This is financial limiting restriction, and also restricting their responsibility about any fault that they may have. So the risk given the risk arising from space activities is very high, and most private entities do not have the capacity to cover the damage made by the activities, and so we should never forget the states are unlimitedly responsible for these damages. However, they limit this restriction at domestic level, and they reflect it to private entities. And so this makes it possible, this makes insurance possible, and also this also accelerates space activities as well. In the domestic laws of states, it is left to the discretion of countries to identify the upper limit of responsibility for operators. This could be a fixed cap, or the risk, or there could also be a flexible approach as well. Although the cap that's identified is the limit for recourse in certain circumstances, and if permission conditions are not abided, then there are certain occasions where this upper limit is not practiced either. And so as I said before, the responsibility of states caused by spaced objects is a fault responsibility, and we can say that states reflect this fault, this responsibility to the operators based on the default that's in question over the recent times and over the recent years. And so in the key text of soft law, and it is stated that it will be important to identify whether the operator has a responsibility for the damage or not. In conclusion, we can say that space responsibility regime has not prevented the development of private activities. In contrast, they've had a positive impact on the development of this, and also the space responsibility regime is still up to date, and the private companies in the field of space are away from reaching maturity. That's why until these people reach a certain level of maturity, it would be appropriate to continue implementing the existing regimes. And although there are some rigid elements of the existing regime, it forces states to act with responsibility, and I believe that is of great value for the development of space activities. So in conclusion, the existing regime still remains up to date, although the context has changed. That's why, in line with the general principles of space treaties, so these regulations can be adapted to the changes, and also, and I believe that this treaties is a very important activity, and Turkey hasn't made any specific regulations about space activities. Turkey should develop some competitive steps, and also it should take the necessary steps in its domestic law as well.
Bu yeni ve ilginç konudaki sunumunuzla ilgili olarak
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, and I am quite curious right now there are certain principles that rule today's business world, value chain, supply chain, etc., etc. Those principles apply to business and human rights. The concept of due diligence is at the forefront, and there are certain liabilities and responsibilities of companies that may emerge in space, and sphere of influence. What is this going to what kind of shape is this sphere of influence going to take, and how is it all going to evolve? Thank you very much for this slightly provocative, may I say, presentation. I'm going to think about your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to give the floor to Mrs. Merve from Ankara University Faculty of Law. Thank you very much, Mr. Tarhanlı. First and foremost, I have been invited the second time around to this organization, and it's an honor to be presenting, sitting next to my professor Neslihan, who is sitting next to me. Today, in today's presentation, I would like to dwell on the topic of space mining. And as Mr. Martinez rightfully questioned, the water mined in space, who's going to get the ownership of it? That's a very important question. I'm going to slightly dwell on a similar angle to the topic. So these are the topics I'm going to talk about in this presentation. Space resource research, space mining industry and projects, celestial bodies, and sovereignty and private ownership. What about the concept of ownership when it comes to space, international conventions and agreements, and how is the concept of ownership going to develop given the recent developments, and who and in what way is and who is going to share the revenue or the revenue attained from space mining activities, and how is it going to be shared? The Moon Agreement is the first international agreement I'm going to talk about. It is a little bit of a lonesome cowboy, if I may put it in those terms. It is the least binding one, because if memory serves, only 18 states are signatory to the Moon Agreement, and this is something I'd like to underscore. It has more like open provisions compared to other conventions, and Turkey is a signatory to the Moon Agreement. So unless there is no other convention that becomes binding for Turkey, Turkey is bound by the provisions of the Moon Agreement. And there are certain principles. The Hague principles at the Hague University. It can be considered a civil society initiative. It's an association that announced these principles based on moon activities, and the Canadian Space Institute has also issued some principles and recommendations. And then on top of that we have the Moon Village principles, and last but not least we have national legislation. And the US, Luxembourg, the Emirates and Japan are leading the way. Coming to moon research, in the 1960s we had manned and unmanned spaceships that were launched. But coming to today, we have lots of research based on asteroid research, and lots of samples are being taken as well. One of the most important projects in this regard, a total of 3 projects, is the Hayabusa Japan project, the Hayabusa 2 project, and the OSIRIS-REx, expected to come back in 2023. And we have platinum, iron, nickel, and other valuable materials, and water, oxygen, and helium-3 have been found on Moon as well, which could cater to our earthly needs. In what way? That's to be discussed, of course. So, before coming to the resources found on the Moon, I'm going to dwell on the concept of ownership. And in order to talk about that, I'd like to talk about, make a distinction between movable and immovable ownership. Immovable. In that regard, the Moon Agreement talks about the ban of sovereignty, which is totally directed to states, is of a binding nature for individual legal entities as well. Article 11 of the Moon Agreement reiterates this ban and details further on in the article. Of course, private legal entities are not referenced in the Moon Agreement, and this opens the way for discussion, because there are some companies that claim ownership on the Moon and asteroids. They issue certificates by way of selling pieces of land from the Moon, and this led to discussions. But in the end, everybody agrees, or has to agree, that these certificates are null and void because they are not grounded. For movable ownership, we cannot claim the same, because if we can conduct research on the Moon, if there is the possibility of conducting research on the Moon, we should be able to bring back samples. But those samples for research purposes had to be shared with other states as well. For example, the samples brought back by NASA staff was used for educational purposes with other states as well. And the Moon Agreement states that the property right applies to the one that brought back the sample, since that's the country that conducted the research, but it has to be shared with other countries. So movable property is allowed. International conventions allow for research on the Moon, and this is why the right to property can be established, respectively. What is the approach of the international community? By international community, I am referring to civil initiatives, and national legislation is very important, as I've mentioned. The Hague Group recommends a certain set of principles. Resources and products produced from these resources can can be owned. So whoever does the research and gets the samples can claim property rights on the resources. National legislation is very important at this point, and the US is leading the way. In 2015, a law was passed, and in the fourth section of this law, there is mentioned that US citizens that conduct research on the moon can claim property rights to the resources. Luxembourg, likewise, states that property rights apply on moon resources, and the rights go to the operator, the researcher, or the sponsor of that research. The United Arab Emirates likewise allow for property rights. And lastly, Japan passed a law back in 2021, so last year, and this law states that the person conducting the resource can claim the right to property for these resources. So what we can conclude from all of this is activity, as long as space resource activities are allowed for, property rights can be claimed by the ones or the one that conducts that research, that conducts that activity. NASA recently made an announcement, and 4 space mining companies received funding for their activities on the moon. Lunar Outpost, Mast and Space Systems, iSpace Europe and iSpace Japan are the 4 companies. These companies go to the moon on behalf of NASA. They are going to bring back the samples, and those resources and the property rights to those resources will be transferred to NASA. That is what's stated in the papers. So NASA is going to get the property rights because they are transferred. They will be transferred to NASA according to the agreement. But how is this property right issue going to be regulated? As I've said, the aforementioned 4 countries have regulated this, but in the international community, there is more or less consensus that space activities, moon activities, need to be internationally regulated, which necessitates an international system. Therefore, property rights, yes, they will be guaranteed. However, the legal regime before the states will lie with an international system. This was foreseen by the Moon Agreement, but since the Moon Agreement is not claimed by anyone, the international community will not be volunteering, may I say, to establish this international system. Stephen Freeland will definitely talk about this in the next session. The use in the committee of the use of the moon for peaceful activities or purposes, there is now a discussion going on, and the principles of the Hague group will be on the agenda of a working group that has been founded within this committee. And it looks like we are slowly but surely evolving into creating this international system that I was just mentioning. And what about the revenue and the sharing of the technological development that results from these activities? The resources of both the moon and other celestial bodies are the heritage of humankind. This is how the definition goes. The establishment of an international regime, and these are the qualities that this regime should include. One of them being the sharing of the revenue and the technological developments that result from these activities. And it looks like we are slowly going that direction. It looks like there is the right of property in this regard. The principles of the Hague Group are in place and foresee a system of sharing. For example, the enforcement and the of educational activities, supporting developing countries, revenue sharing, based on voluntarism. So moving away from a monopoly and going to a multi-shareholder ownership. Moon Village, in a similar fashion, recommends something similar. It talks about incentivizing actors that want to take part in these activities for the higher good. And in the principles of the initiative in Canada, there is a mandatory a recommendation that states that sharing of revenue has to be mandatory, which is a stronger statement. So coming to a close, the right to property is important, especially if you are an individual legal entity. If you want to gain revenue from some space activity, you need to get the financial resources, of course, and you have to operate them. You have to use those financial resources, and in order for you to do that, you have to be the owner, the proprietor of all the resources. And the international legal system allows for this, but the international legal system needs to manage this, regulate this, and at the same time maybe has to limit all of this, so that space activities can be conducted according to the principle of serving a higher good, or serving humankind as a whole, not only a country or a particular individual. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, how you started and how you ended really caught my attention. Establishing an international system and so on. Very interesting. Of course, we humans repeat our experiences, and this is how we evolved. We learned from our experiences, and maybe we should take into consideration all the negative experiences that accumulated on Earth and try to avoid them when we now try to regulate and manage space and moon activities and so on and so forth. So not really an anthropocentric approach as was implemented on Earth up until now. There is a saying in Latin, omnis definitio periculosa est. So every legal definition is dangerous or hazardous. Maybe the space will also become dangerous if we don't regulate it. Everything has become commercialized. We are living in a very much liberalized world, and I'm sure if it's not regulated or not limited, in other words, the space activities may result in dangerous developments for humankind. Why not? Thank you so much for this presentation. And now I would like to hand over the floor to a young researcher, Verda Neslihan Akgün. I've known her. She will talk about military activities, and I have been told to remind her that we are short on time. We need to finalize this session by 10 past, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, please, Mrs. Neslihan. Thank you very much, Mr. Tarhanlı. It's wonderful to be sharing this stage with you. Apologies for any slips of the tongue, etc. up front. Thank you very much for your invitation, and also to the organizing committee for this symposium. It's thanks to you that we're here. So, I don't have time. I will try to overfly all of what I have here. This is a vast topic, isn't it? A probable armed conflict and the use of force and military activities. This is how I am going to start my presentation. We have the principle of the use of the moon and celestial bodies for peaceful purposes. After peaceful purposes, the principle of peaceful purposes, I'll come to two principles of the Moon Agreement. My presentation is going to be a little bit fictive. What I'm going to say last, I will say now, before even starting my presentation. The ongoing armed conflict between Ukraine and Russia, the Roscosmos director, if I'm not mistaken, said, if the ISS drops on myself, it's not going to drop on us. This is of concern for me. Is a country that has nuclear arms ready really to do such a thing? But if I ask my astronomer friends, they say the opposite. Will there be an armed conflict? Will there be military activity? That brings me quickly to the following. I was going to talk about the introductory parts of those conventions. I'm going to go right to Article 4. By the way, these 5 fundamental treaties are the result of the Cold War period, and take into consideration certain balances, etc., of the Cold War period. So Article 4 says that the signatory states will commit to not put arms on celestial bodies in the orbit, neither nuclear weapons nor VMDs, WMDs. They have to commit to that, but it is possible, as we know. Coming to the second paragraph, all signatory states will use moon and celestial bodies exclusively for peaceful purposes. Military facilities, using arms on the moon and celestial bodies shall be banned. What is allowed for? Educational or scientific research for peaceful purposes. But if I'm not mistaken, it was military personnel that went to the moon first, right? This is also to be prohibited. What I would like to say on this is, I mentioned nuclear weapons, I mentioned WMDs. If that's the case, and if these two are in the wording of this article, this means conventional arms can be placed on the moon or celestial bodies. I'm also going to talk about Article 3 of the Moon Agreement, which is very similar to Article 4. The third and fourth paragraphs are almost the same, slight nuances. And by the way, I forgot to thank Mrs. Merve. Mrs. Merve considered the Moon Agreement as failed agreement. This is also how it's mentioned in literature. Here there's also mention that nuclear weapons and WMDs cannot be put on the moon. In the third paragraph is very similar, but there are certain provisions specific to the moon. Nuclear weapons and WMDs shall not be placed on the moon, not only on the surface, but also not in the soil. That's prohibited. And the last paragraph shows parallel character to the third paragraph. So, after having mentioned these two articles, I will say, I will reference the second article of the United Nations Treaty, paragraph 3. A state cannot interfere with the sovereignty of another country. The sole exception is self-defense, but we do know that self-defense necessitates an aggression. What is an aggression? This was defined in the General Assembly of the United Nations back in the day, and there is a difference to Article 2, paragraph 4 here. It includes the sovereignty of a state. So there is an important nuance here. In Article 7, there is mention of jurisdiction. The state will have ongoing liability on objects sent to the moon. So coming to the issue of aggression or conflict, if an aggression towards these objects take place, which is an extension of the sovereignty of a state, so this will equal aggression to a sovereign state. Will this necessitate self-defense? This remains to be seen, or this needs to be discussed. In 2019 and towards the end of 2021, there are certain developments, and I need to mention China did a couple of experiments, and lots of it caused space debris. ISSELS experiments are not really welcomed. Then Russia, after China, does an ISSELS experiment, and this is immediately condemned by NATO. Coming to NATO, NATO establishes a joint security system, and in 2019, for the first time, announced their space policy at their ministerial meeting in Brussels. For Article 5 of NATO to be enforced, I need to include a fifth dimension: sea, land, air, and as a fifth dimension, space. Space is also included in my areas of operation. And I immediately continue. Space is now my, quoting NATO, my one of my areas of activity. This was immediately condemned by Russia. I don't have time. There's something I wasn't able to mention here. What shall we understand from this wording of peaceful purposes? I think I skipped it. What shall we understand from peaceful purposes? Twofold. Peaceful purpose is that non-aggressory or non-military. The US and allied countries are on the non-aggressory side, and countries such as Russia and China consider peaceful purpose non-military. There is another dimension to it as well. The space agreement is also considered to be a non-armament agreement back in the Cold War days. However, in the preparatory stages, gray zones have been established within this convention. And because of the fact that the first satellites launched were of military nature, we now conclude from this that the absolute demilitarization of space nowadays is no longer possible. Within the scope of COPUS, a working group has been established, and we know that the stance of the United States dominates here. And that is peaceful purpose equals non-aggressory. In conclusion, it looks like in the future the right to self-defense in space will be tangible. That means we will witness examples of self-defense in space in the future. This is the end. Thank you very much, especially to Merve Hoca for supporting me throughout the organization of this symposium. Thank you.
We'd like to thank Dr. Akün very much for her presentation. These two theses have been discussed for a long time, and in terms of high technology, because demilitarization and also peaceful use and so high technology has a dual purpose technology as well. So it can be used both for civilian and also military purposes as well. So during the time of Cold War, the United States prevented, for example, the export of tills or checkouts and to the Soviet Union. So the peaceful use, and I believe I may be a bit obscure in the face of this high technology. And thank you very much once again. I think we should stop here, and I wish we had more time for discussion, but I was so there will be another session in which there will be 7 or 8 speakers, and so we are sensitive about time. I'd like to thank each and every speaker for all the information which have broadened our horizons, and the discussion was very impressive as well. I wish we had more time, and I'd like to thank each and every one of the speakers for abiding with the time and observing the time limit. I wish the continuation of this meeting will be fruitful as well. So this marks the end of our session. We'd like to thank all our participants.
Şimdi ise katılımcımız Larry Martinez'e katılım belgesi.
And in order to present Mr. Lori Martinez's token of appreciation, I'd like to invite the presenter to the platform. In order to present the certificate of participation of Ms. Turur, I'd like to invite Suna Muna Ertuğrul to the platform.
Sayın konuklar, şimdi
Distinguished guests, I'd like to, in order to present the certificate of participation, so I'd like to invite Hakan Bektaş, Associate Professor. I'd like to invite Professor Yüksel Bayraktar of the Faculty of Economics in order to present the certificate of participation of Dr. Merve Erdem Burger. Last of all, in order to present the certificate of participation of Dr. Verda Neslihan Akün, I'd like to invite Dr. Sinan Aliş to the platform. Our third session will start at 16:30. See you then. Thank you.
online olarak bir ana konuşmacımızı dinleyeceğiz.
So we will listen to our keynote speaker online in the third session. Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
It's an honor to be here.
Oh, same for me. I mean.
Yeah, so that's interesting that you did remote sensing 30 years ago.
Yes.
And now today, I just went to a conference. Remote sensing is once again in the
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah, so you were a
From
pioneer.
different perspectives, actually.
Yes.
The strategic and civil.
Oh, it's commercial.
Definitely.
Because
definitely.
it's the ability of the remote sensing satellites to detect cyber intrusions.
Yes.
And the jamming of GPS in Ukraine.
Definitely, definitely.
Hawkeye 360.
I can remember during the Saddam regime in Iraq, he just gets some commercialized data from Spot.
Right.
And
Right.
direct. Tabii.
Okay. Yukarıda hocam, Sayım hocamızın yanında. Martiniz hocamızla.
Kapattın mı? Silelim mi?
Abi normal sistem testine...
değiştirmeyin. Biz tamam hallettik.
Tamam.
İkisini de şeyden alıyoruz.
Tamam.
Tamam mı? Bizle ilgili bir şey yok şu an.
Tamam abi, böyle kalsın.
Başlayacak mıyız buçukta yoksa gecikme olacak mı?
Abi bilmiyorum, soralım.
Ara var galiba, kurabiye falan.
Sunucuya soralım hocam.
Açalım. Hello. Bundan
So
muzu salonumuzda da takip edebilirsiniz. Okay. You can follow our third symposium session in our online meetings also. Thank you.
Hocam. Şu adam şeyde görevliymiş yani, NASA'da görevliymiş abi. Şuna bak. NASA'da görevliymiş. NASA forması giymiş. Hı? Bakın kamerayı. Bilmiyorum ki, bizim değil Melikşah hocam. Bir şey olmaz ya. Kamera gitti abi. Şaka. Ha harbi abi. Yok abi ya. Yok. Kim al? Oğuzhan abi ya. Ari Buruce diye biri var. Bir de Mateş Siget. Bak, birinci konuşmacı var abi, ikinci konuşmacı var. O kadar. 1 ve 2 var şu an. Yok. Ha, o yeni gelmiş o zaman.
Buradaki bütün hocalarımıza ekran paylaşımı yetkisi verdik değil mi? Yok. Şu kamerayı açalım bir.
Değerli konuklar, sempozyumumuzun 3. oturumuna hoş geldiniz.
Oturum başında
sempozyumumuzun ana konuşmacısı Spot Pace'i dinleyeceğiz. Sözü Sayın Pace'e
presenter, speaker of our symposium. Before giving him the floor, I'd like to share with you a short biography of him. And he's from George Washington University at Allen School of International Affairs. He's a professor of international relations and at the same time at Trashenberg School of Public policy and public administration. He's a member of faculty. Among his fields of research, so there's civil and also commercial innovation management. Based from 2017 to 2020, he was the Secretary General of State Council, and also in 2021, he rejoined Allen School of International Affairs, and from 2005 and 2008, he was in charge of program analysis. He was the deputy manager, and before NASA, and he was in the Science and Technology Office of the White House, and from 1993 to 2000, and he was a science and technology. He worked in the Science and Technology Institute. So now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Scott Pace.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Is the sound okay? Okay. Oh, great. Thank you. I'll take that as a yes. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon, and so thank you all for joining. The purpose of my presentation is just to provide a broad overview of national space policy from a U.S. perspective, but I'll also try to identify key international issues that we see in U.S. policy. So some of this, I know some of the people participating here have been at George Washington University and have been in my classes, so they will probably see some charts that are familiar to them. The first thing I want to say is that U.S. policy, national policy, recognizes three very distinct sectors of space activity. National security activities, which include both military and intelligence matters, two different cultures, by the way. Commercial matters, things like satellite communications. Civil government matters, that is non-military but non-commercial as well. Things like scientific research or public services such as, say, weather forecasting. The functions performed by each of these, can be thought of as whether they are driven by governments or markets. So some things like satellite communications is pretty much driven, again, from a U.S. perspective, totally by private markets. Whereas other things in national security, such as space-based weapons, which don't really exist yet, but they may or may not happen. But things like that we don't want to be in private hands, so those are driven completely by governments. There are things in the middle, like weather satellites or even GPS satellites, global positioning system satellites, which provide public safety functions that have a civil and governmental aspect to them, as well as commercial and security, so things that are in the middle. Probably one of the more, sort of famous activities in recent years has been that the U.S. has recognized space as, unfortunately, as a warfighting domain. We've watched what China and Russia have done. They, in turn, recognize how dependent we are on space. So they have developed systems that are capable of holding our space assets at risk or threatening them if necessary. And space is something that is very central to how the U.S. military operates. And so the U.S. decision to create a separate service, a space force, to deal with space issues. So we have an Army, a Navy, an Air Force, we have a Marine Corps, we have a U.S. Coast Guard, and the Space Force is part of the Department of the Department of the Air Force. So just as the Marine Corps is part of the Department of the Navy, the Space Force is part of the Department of the Air Force. It may, in the future, become a completely separate department, but for right now, it's like the U.S. Marine Corps. It's part of a larger military department. The Space Force is a separate, dedicated service specializing in space. And it's important to understand that there are two different parts to our military space organization. One is the Space Force itself, whose job it is to organize, train, and equip. That is to pull together all the material and the people necessary to have a force. And the second is the U.S. Space Command, which is the one that actually engages in warfighting and does so jointly with other services. So U.S. Space Command is the one who receives the forces that the Space Force creates, integrates them with forces from the other services, and then operates them on a global basis. So providing services from space to U.S. and allied commanders on the ground, as well as receiving support from other services in order to carry out their activities in space. So many people don't really understand this distinction, and it's an important one for operations. Of course, one of the more exciting activities has been in the commercial side, the growth of space entrepreneurs, not just large governments in space, but companies of all sizes. So of course SpaceX is very famous. There's a company, Astrobotic, which is building a commercial delivery service to the moon. So not only is there commercial cargo delivery to the space station and commercial crew transportation to the station, we hope to have commercial. Blue Origin is working on space tourism, but not fairly famous. We've seen pictures of tourists enjoying Blue Origin flights. And there's Virgin Galactic, which is a winged version of a suborbital flight that also is looking at the space tourism. It's not very mature, but it exists, and we'll see how much it's going to grow. One of the most important policy decisions made in the last administration, in the Trump administration, where I served, was the Space Policy Directive 1, which says that the United States will lead an innovative and sustainable program of exploration with commercial and international partners to enable human expansion across the solar system and to bring back to Earth new knowledge and opportunities. And that we would start these missions beyond low Earth orbit, and that the United States would lead the return of humans to the moon for long-term exploration and utilization, followed by human missions to Mars and other destinations. So in some ways this is a very
Tabii ki insan misyonları olacak Mars'a ve diğer destinasyonlara. Yani bu ve tabii ki ilk önce Ay'a gitmek, ondan sonra Mars'a gitme fikri gerçekten o insanların 10 yıllardır düşündükleri bir şey. Ama burada yeni olan şey spesifik olarak ticari ve uluslararası partnerlere bir çağrıda bulunulması ve mesela önceki program tamamen bir devlet programı ve tamamen Amerikan programıydı ve tabii ki mesela işte Avrupa bir uzay laboratuvarı ve aynı zamanda Kanada robotik bir kolla buna katkıda bulundu ama uzay istasyonu gerçek bir ortaklıktı aslına bakarsanız. Ruslarla beraber çalışarak yapılmış ve tamamen bir AB'ye ait bir proje değil, Amerika'ya ait bir proje değildi ve Ruslarla ortaklık ettik ve onlara bağlıydık, onlar bize bağlılardı. Ve aynı zamanda Avrupalı ve Japon ortaklarımız var ve onlar da eşit ortaklar aslına bakarsanız bu çaba içinde. Ve bu karşılıklı bağımlılıktan dolayı uzay istasyonu Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nin ve Rusya'nın hala var olan tek uzay işbirliği. Ama ileriye doğru bakacak olursak yani gelecekteki araştırma ve kullanım sadece Amerika tarafından yapılmayacak ve hatta bazı kilit ortaklar da yapılmayacak. Yani belli ticari ve aynı zamanda diğer uluslararası partnerlere de ihtiyacımız olduğuna karar verdik buradaki insani gençliğin sağlanması için ve aynı zamanda ve tabii ki sadece bir hükümet programından daha fazla da bir araştırma ve kullanım programını mümkün kılacağını düşündük ve ilk ve bizim gerçekleştireceğimiz uzay istasyonundan sonraki ilk aktivitelerden bir tanesi Gateway olarak adlandırılıyor. Küçük bir uzay istasyonu Ay yörüngesinde ve şu andaki uzay istasyonu ortaklarımızla yapacak ama ne yazık ki Ruslar bunun içerisinde olmayacak. Avrupa Uzay Ajansı, Japonya ve Kanada uzay ajansları olacak. Rusya'nlar katılmayı düşünüyorlardı ama ondan
builds on technology we already know how to do, which is building space stations. But what it will hopefully be is a refueling site, a staging site for operations on the moon. So it's a way of of learning how to work in deeper space for longer periods of time than we ever have before, and to provide hopefully a refueling facility when we are eventually able to mine lunar water resources and create fuel. We can hopefully have some refueling capabilities here at the Gateway, but that's still farther in the future. Now, after the end of the International Space Station, right now, the space station, we hope, can continue till 2030, but there's no guarantee of that. The space station is aging. 2024, pretty confident, as long as the Russians stay. The Russians may not stay after 2024, so we'll have to figure out how to operate without them. The station is probably good until 2030, but again, with an aging facility, it's more toward the end of its life than the beginning. And so we don't want to give up our position in low Earth orbit because we worked very hard over decades to get there. The first module for the space station was launched in 1998, more than 20 years ago. So the idea is to have commercial developments in low Earth orbit, that is, smaller private facility. The space station is about £1 million, and it's rather gigantic. We're not thinking about building something like that again, but with commercial companies, we're thinking about building smaller multiple platforms that could be used by both government and industry and tourists for operations in low Earth orbit. And so we'll have multiple platforms rather than just one big one. At the moon itself, you've heard about the Artemis program. So we're looking at landing humans on the moon, and the beginnings start with robotic landers and then build up eventually to humans. One thing that's different about this effort compared to the Apollo program is that we're focusing on the south pole of the moon. The south pole is harder to get to, takes more energy than landing near the equator. And also the South Pole has potentially water ice in shadowed craters. It's an interesting scientific discovery as to that water ice does exist, and how it got there is something scientists debate. But the existence of water in ice and dust form is very, very important because if you have water, you can break it into hydrogen and oxygen. Which in turn can provide fuel and water and support for human facilities at the moon. So the discovery of water is really a game-changing, important development. The very first Artemis mission will be unmanned. It will simply fly around the moon and back like the Apollo 8 mission did back in 1968. The Artemis 2 program, assuming the first one goes well, we'll send the first humans to orbit the moon and rendezvous in deep space. Again, first time we've gone beyond low Earth orbit with humans since 1972. And then we'll look at developing Artemis 3 and 4, which will hopefully develop and demonstrate the landing system and returning humans to the lunar surface. So it's a combination of robots and humans. It's missions that are in lunar orbit as well as on the surface. That will build up over time. The first international partners will probably be on Artemis 5, but we don't really have a date for that yet. We're still trying to get through Artemis 1 through 3. The policymaking process for bringing together these different sectors, national security, commercial, civil, is the National Space Council. Sometimes we have a Space Council, sometimes we don't. There's nothing that says that a Space Council is required. It's something each administration decides whether it wants to have one or not. So some administrations, like the Kennedy administration, had one. Some administrations, like the Nixon administration, got rid of it. George H.W. Bush brought the Space Council back. The Clinton administration got rid of it. The Trump administration brought the Space Council back, and I'm glad to say the Biden administration continued to use it. Now, the Biden administration made some changes. They added some new members to the council, which reflected the Biden administration's interests in different topics related to space. So they added the Secretary of the Interior and Agriculture, Labor, and Education, as well as the National Climate Advisor. And this reflects their interests in the use of space for practical applications like agriculture and land use management, reflects an interest on what space can do for developing the national workforce and how space can inspire greater scientific and technical and engineering education, which is why the Secretary of Education is there. So this is a picture of the first Space Council meeting under the Biden administration, and that's Vice President Kamala Harris speaking to the group. And the rest of the membership is again the same as it was in the previous administration under the Trump administration, and you see all the familiar names. So the NASA administrator you see is just simply one member among several. He's very important, but he's not really the only space interest within the government. Department of State, Defense, Commerce, Transportation, Energy all have very big space interests, and so the council is a way to bring all those interests together at a very high level. There's some ongoing themes in Space Council work, which occurred while I was there and which are still occurring today under my successor. One is the recognition of the global environment as being very different today than it was, say, during the Apollo period. What we call globalization and democratization. There's a greater number of countries, like Turkey, who are interested in space. There's greater democratization, which means there's more private sector activity in space. It's not just governments. We recognize that space is a warfighting domain. We recognize that many countries are reliant on space for their infrastructure. Many developing countries, for example, very much depend on space systems. Space cannot be dealt with by itself, just within one agency, such as just within NASA or just within defense. It requires what we call a whole of government approach to policymaking, and that what we do in one sector, say civil or commercial, can have an impact on another sector, like national security, and vice versa. We have a preference for voluntary measures and best practices that come kind of bottom up from the technical communities, from the expert communities, rather than imposing a top-down central direction. Often the higher you are in government, maybe the less you know. So it's sometimes good to rely on technical input that comes at you from people in industry or science. And then you try to blend them together. They can be contradictory or inconsistent, but looking to actual experts and people who are actually working in space, I think we find to be more fruitful rather than top-down direction. And that sustaining policy across political administrations, multiple Congresses, multiple presidents, requires making sure that policy activities are aligned with longer-term national interests. That is, we don't do space activities to make space people happy. We do them to support larger national interests, whether they be economic interests, security interests, diplomatic interests. That is, space is something that supports national interests. It's not something that exists by itself. And of course, we want to support activities the way we do space in a way that's consistent with our other values, which, we don't always do a perfect job with them, but we want to support rule of law, we want to support democracy, human rights, free enterprise, private property, all these things that we think are valuable. We want to see those reflected in space as much as possible. And as I mentioned, the Biden administration has taken those ongoing themes and they've added some new ones of their own regarding education and climate change. And most recently, things like norms of behavior, which is, how do people behave in space to be safe and responsible as it becomes more and more crowded and there are more and more participants in space. The Biden-Harris statement shown here, again, is largely a continuity of previous policy. but it does highlight the things that they think are important. And I won't necessarily read all this to you. I would just maybe highlight some of the ones there on the bottom that probably are very active, taking a lead in strengthening global governance of space activities. So this means multilateral engagement at the UN, developing guidelines for long-term sustainability of space activities. And also we worry about orbital debris. We worry about better awareness of objects that are in space and sharing and coordinating that so that we don't have a problem in the future. Sorry for the long list, but this is a summation of what we did in the last administration. So we're pretty active. As you can see here, we had 7 major space policy directives, starting with civil exploration and then going on to regulatory reform for commercial activities. We produced Space Policy Directive 3, which is the first national statement on space traffic management. Number 4 was guidance on establishing the Space Force, which then Congress passed into legislation. We developed some cybersecurity principles for space systems. We talked about what our approach would be for developing nuclear power for space and propulsion. And then finally updated an existing policy, long-standing policy, but we did an update on position, navigation, and timing, which most people know as GPS. There's a series of smaller executive orders. There's a process for approving the launch of nuclear systems for power in space that had not been updated since the 1970s, so we did that. We worry about dependence of infrastructure on GPS and precision navigation and timing, so we issued an executive order about how to improve national resilience of our infrastructure. We talked about encouraging international support for the recovery and use of space resources. This means things like the water ice on the moon that I mentioned, and how to do it in a way in cooperation with other countries. And then we had an executive order on small modular reactors, which are a very promising technology for space nuclear power systems, both on the moon and on spacecraft. The Artemis Accords is a diplomatic reflection of our Artemis program. That is, we start from Space Policy Directive 1, which says we want to have international and commercial participation. Great. But we also wanted to make sure, in line with my earlier statement about values, that we make sure that the people we're cooperating with all have a common understanding of, well, what do we mean by adhering to international law? What do we mean by norms of behavior? So we didn't want to create new international law, but we wanted to be able to state specifically for the case of the Artemis program what international law and what our expectations were for all the partners. So all the partners participating would have a common understanding of how they would be operating together in space. So we started in October of 2020 with 8 founding countries, and we've added several more since then, so I think we're up to 19 right now. I'm hoping that France will sign soon, but that hasn't happened yet. And you see countries at a wide range of levels. This is not simply just for larger powers like the European Space Agency and Japan. This is countries at all levels, and each one will make their own decisions about how they want to participate, what level they want to participate in. Some will be making major contributions, some will be making smaller contributions, but it's all good. And as long as people feel they're getting mutual benefits out of it, I think that we'll have a very much wider partnership for exploration than we've ever had before. Again, sorry for the density of the charts, but over almost a decade, there was discussions in the UN system of long-term sustainability of space activity guidelines. And what does it mean to be sustainable in space? How should countries work with each other to make sure that space is preserved and available for other countries to use in the future? And so we came up with 21 of them, developed by consensus. accepted by consensus by the General Assembly. So these are non-binding, they're not treaty text, but they're guidelines that countries can then put into their individual national law and regulation. And they're organized here along policy and regulatory guidance, space safety of operations guidance, and guidance on international cooperation and capacity building, and then finally scientific and technical R&D programs. So you can see this is getting all the UN countries to agree on anything is kind of challenging. So I think it's very encouraging that we're able to develop consensus on these 21 guidelines. And now we're looking at implementation, which will be the subject of discussions at the UN actually this coming next month. So finally, in terms of international issues, again, this is from a U.S. perspective. Other countries will be different. You know, what are going to be the next steps for Russia? Their industry is declining. Their reliability of their launch vehicles has been declining. They're increasingly isolated, of course, as a result of the Ukraine invasion and difficulties there I don't need to tell you about. And so what are our relationships with Russia going to be like in after the space station? At a technical level, things are still going fine. Space station operations are unimpeded. We like and respect our Russian space colleagues, but obviously we have profound disagreements with the government, and that gets in the way of doing things in space. What are the next steps for China? Again, their activities in other areas, like the South China Sea, Hong Kong, Tibet, Uyghurs, threats against Taiwan, all of these tensions don't help for space cooperation. We also see increasingly capable Chinese companies. Will they be a commercial threat to Western firms? We've had, of course, strong commercial competition with China in other areas. There's no reason why space should be different. In developing norms of behavior with other countries, you know, developing those norms with friends and allies is not terribly hard. We have differences of view, obviously, with Europe, Latin America, and Africa and Asia. But the real issue is, what are the norms of behavior that will be accepted by Russia and China, as well as other emerging space powers, but Russia and China in particular. Will those norms develop solely bottom up, or will we have maybe some top-down agreements, for example, an arms control agreement on banning kinetic ASAT tests? I don't know. That's really the question. It's not norms of behavior with your friends that you worry about. It's norms of behavior with people who are not necessarily your friends that you have to worry about. As space becomes more of this warfighting domain, how does the law of armed conflict and humanitarian law apply to space warfighting? There are legal principles of necessity, proportionality, distinction that are important in conventional warfighting. How do those apply in space, if at all? Japan is increasingly active in both commercial and security aspects. The Japanese Air Self-Defense Forces recently purchased at a contract with a U.S. company to provide more space situational awareness data, which I think is a great idea. What will they be doing next? What will India be doing next? As the Russian program is been declining, you know, India traditionally prefers to have a very non-aligned approach. They're not aligned with Russia or the U.S. But as Russia is declining, does that mean India will become more involved in the Quad with Australia and the United States and Japan? I mentioned space situational awareness, international frameworks for space commerce. A lot of these activities very interesting as commercial activities in space increase. And then lastly, in terms of, I think, some of the more promising areas for cooperation, certainly in international safety and security, it is tracking space debris and trying to reduce it. Cooperation with other countries on the oceans, maritime domain awareness, that is tracking illegal fishing and piracy, something that a lot of countries can agree on. How are we going to govern activities in shared domains? Again, I mentioned norms of behavior. It's something we're starting, implementing the guidelines for long-term sustainability in the UN. There is a new UN open-ended working group discussing security matters. It's been a bit difficult to get started, again, because of problems with Russia, but we're hopeful that we can make some progress there. And then space exploration and development generally, Artemis program, commercialization in low Earth orbit, and that these are things that are be open to a wider number of countries, I think, than ever before. So let me pause there and ask if we have time for any questions. I'm in your hands.
Sayın Sukotat.
We can now take questions.
Professor Scott. That was very illuminating for me personally. So I have two questions. One, do you foresee a new international organization to monitor what's the activity in space, like United Nations, WTO, and others? Or do you think all this can be handled within the existing institutions? So that's my first question.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. It's a very common question. There are proposals for a single international monitoring system. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen because countries vary widely in their capabilities and what they're really willing to share. What I think you'll see is a much more decentralized approach, but with agreement on common standards for exchanging information. For example, there are international standards on how you provide conjunction warnings of a potential collision. There are standards on how you communicate information about the orbital status of an object. There are international agreements on registering and declaring your space objects. So I think what we'll see is probably more of a multipolar system. You'll see a US government and commercial system together. You'll see a European system together. You'll see other countries mostly taking information from the US and Europe and from commercial sources and making their own decisions. One of the difficulties is that there are wide variations in how much information countries share. For example, the Russians will take information that we provide publicly and be very diligent about tracking them. What they do with the information, I don't know, but they're very good about it. Whereas communications with China are much more difficult. So I think before we would see a single international system, organization, which I don't think will happen, I think we'll see advances in standards and information sharing, greater interoperability, and hopefully more dialogue on how to respond when there are collision warnings.
May I ask another question, please?
Sure.
Okay, I have the mic anyway. So my second question is, space is something like the Wild West, and it's like up for grabs. On the one hand, you have that, and on the other hand, we know that US wants to have a rule-based system or rule-based world order. So do you see any what do you think will be the path?
Sure, sure. Well, of course, as an American, I grew up in California, so I know something about the Wild West, or at least the history of it. Space is not the Wild West. That's an interesting image, but that's just simply not true. In fact, states are responsible for the activities of everything that they're nationals and their companies and their agencies do in space. So there's much more international responsibility on states, for example, than the Wild West image, might think. So it's not up for grabs. There is international law. There are international agreements. One can argue that maybe there's not enough of them and there ought to be more, but it's not a completely open system. It does have governance to it. The other thing I would say, though, related to the Wild West idea, is that rules are made by people who show up on the frontier. They're not made by people who stay behind. So the rules in the West were made by the people who lived there, who settled there, who traveled there, who worked there. They weren't really made by people who stayed behind, in Europe or on the East Coast of the United States. So governance in space, I think, is going to be accomplished by people who show up. And that means countries that decide to be active in space, private industry that decides to be active in space, that the rules will be made by the people who are going to be actually there, rather than people, who are not. So I think that's one of the reasons why with globalization and democratization, we'll see increasing interest in governance, because more and more people are going to be out there, and therefore more and more people are going to have a stake or an interest in shaping the rules of behavior. But I don't think those rules will be shaped by people who are not active in space. So I think that will provide an incentive for more and more global engagement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott Pace, for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Mrs. Nihal Tuncer on to the stage to chair this next session. May I also invite Mr. Ari Eisenstadt, Matej Ziget, Professor Stephen Freeland, Kazım İleri, and Oğuz Karasu to the front. And I now give the floor to Professor Nihal Tuncer to open the session.
So we're now here for the future of space policy for sustainable development. And now we have our panelists, and shall I go by... Okay, so I see. Professor Eisenstadt, am I correct? Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. So you have the floor. And what is the timing? Let me get some help. 15 minutes, okay. So you have the floor, please.
Thank you so much, and aloha from Hawaii. My name is Ari Eisenstadt, and I'm so honored to be with you all virtually. I love Turkey. I've been there before, and I hope to be in person next year. But it's really an honor and really a special example of space technology that we can all communicate virtually across the world. It's 4 a.m. here, so we might get a beautiful Hawaii sunrise, but certainly beats the jet lag right now. I'm coming from the University of Hawaii, the Research Center for Future Studies, and I'm so excited to share about the research that we've been doing here at the university and with the United Nations Association on the future of outer space policy for sustainable development. So my background is in social venture capital, and I've had the opportunity to represent different UN programs as a civil society representative for the Sustainable Development Goals. I teach human rights at the university, and I research the future of outer space policy. I've had the opportunity to collaborate and lecture at different UN agencies in the headquarters in New York, Vienna, Geneva, as well as climate summits around the world, all really focused on the Sustainable Development Goals. And I've worked with different universities, lecturing at Harvard, Stanford, MIT, Berkeley, Duke, NYU, and I chose the University of Hawaii because it's one of the only air, land, sea, and space research institutions, one of the only departments for future studies, and the first for the local 2030 hubs for the sustainable development. So it's a really special place and the most diverse in the country. And so at the university, the Center for Future Studies is under the Department of Social Sciences and Political Science. And then I've also had the opportunity to guest lecture under Dr. Karen Meach at the NASA Astrobiology Institute at the University of Hawaii, teaching astrobiology and imagining the future of human settlements in space. And this is the course I teach, Peace and Conflict Resolution on the Future of Human Rights. And there we look at current human rights treaties and envision the future of human rights as it relates to space. And so that's what I'm really interested in. So I'm excited to talk about human rights and the global goals, outer space policy, and then what future studies looks like in future scenarios. So we have the International Bill of Rights that includes the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And these two really separate what that looks like. And they're held in this foundation of the Declaration of Human Rights. It was based on Roosevelt's 4 freedoms of speech, freedom from fear, freedom from want, and freedom of worship. And it has these 30 tenets to them that are really encapsulated in these legally binding covenants, first on civil and political rights, which is this idea of the first generational rights. And human rights is a very modern concept, and it's still very much an ongoing process. So civil and political rights as first generation rights you can really think of as freedom of life, of speech, assembly, democracy, and due process, a fair trial. We have 173 parties. It does not include China. And on the other hand, we have the second generation, which does not include the United States, and this is on economic, social, and cultural rights, the rights of labor, of health, of education, culture, and a living standard. Beyond that are third generation rights of collective rights, environmental rights, of communication, digital rights, and then I'm interested in what the fourth generation looks like. What does it mean to have a right to the access of outer space? And right now we can really look at the human rights regime around the Sustainable Development Goals, that it is our right by 2030 to have each of these 17 goals, from poverty, healthcare, education, gender equality, climate action, the first time in the world that all the countries have agreed to something in this monumental goal. And if you can't remember those, a good way is around the 5 Ps of sustainable development. So people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. So looking at international outer space law, this is a picture from the expanse of the United Nations building that has now taken over the solar system, and there's ongoing conflict. It's an interesting futures scenario. But we really have this very small office in Vienna with probably the largest mandate of any UN agency, the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs. And so this has a foundation in maritime law, the Antarctica Treaty, and the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty that all talk about what international areas look like on Earth, and then the Test Ban Treaty then talks about that into space. And so the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs has the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, the Secretariat formed the agency, and then there is the committee with the Legal Science and Technology mandate. And it has doubled under Director DiPipo in the last 8 years, now to 100 countries in the committee. And the foundational document there is really the Outer Space Treaty on the idea of the exploration and use of outer space carried out for the benefit of all humankind. It shall be free for exploration of all states. And states shall be responsible for national space activities, whether carried out by governmental or non-governmental entities. And this was passed in the 70s, but it's worth noting now that we didn't have any non-governmental entities before then. And now we really have this new regime of space and these new ongoing space issues. All the spacefaring countries have signed on to the Outer Space Treaty. And looking at the future, we have the Artemis Accords. And on the other hand, the International Lunar Research Station with Russia and China. And so this again represents this, this shift between these two paradigms of human rights, and then the UN in the middle of that, managing the long-term activities of space. So the Artemis Accords now, I believe, has 18 countries signed on to that, and the International Lunar Research Station is focused with Russia and China. And then we also have this ongoing new space sector with a slew of these private companies that are coming up that are operating within those paradigms. And so we also have a new generation of low Earth orbit companies, and I think we'll hear about that later on this panel. And this vision of taking polluting manufacturing out of Earth's atmosphere, really going back to those sustainable development goals. And so there's this question of how do you get to space? And the adage is money. And it's going to take $120 trillion by 2030 to achieve the sustainable development goals. And if you look at how we spend our money right now, we are spending about $80 billion on space programs, but $2 trillion on military. So it's interesting to imagine what it would look like to turn that around and focus on the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. This is just in the United States, and you can see the difference between the military budget. It's gone up a lot more since 2015, the NASA budget down there, and the UN's full budget, much smaller than all of those programs. And just the UN office only has about $8 million a year, and again has one of the largest mandates. NASA's budget in real dollars and percentages has not even come close to the Apollo program. And so in looking at what the future holds, Jim Dater, a professor and a director at the University of Hawaii Research Center for Future Studies, talked about discovering these 4 different scenarios. So future studies isn't about predicting the future, it's looking at the different scenarios of what the future holds. And so those are really covered in the idea of continued growth. And so you can look at this linear path going forward, limits and discipline, you can look at tapering off, a recession, a decline, and then collapse going down and things falling apart. And what I'm personally interested in is the transformations, exponential growth forward. And I think that we're experiencing that now with space technologies. But you can look at these scenarios in terms of climate action, for instance, with our greenhouse gas emissions, whether we're going to collapse and continue to go up with our climate temperatures, discipline, continued growth, or transformation. We're able to go down and draw down from our carbon. So you can apply that to temperatures, carbon, sea level rise, and we're seeing right now, I think, this exponential growth right now. And the famous example is with Moore's law, about how computing power is doubling in power, having in price and size every year, and accelerating. And I think that we're experiencing that with space technology as well. a powerful example is with the growth of technology and startups, and the price, the cost of creating a company is going down, and the number of startups are going up exponentially. But we still have this bottleneck around who has access to technology as well as who has access to outer space. Single digits percentage funding as far as women and minorities in the United States. And we also see these small city centers around the world about where startups are being funded. And I think that, again, with this new industrial revolution, we're going to see this whole map turn purple. And we're also seeing this exponential growth and lowering of the price to go to space with reusable rockets, which I believe, again, is the fifth industrial revolution. The World Economic Forum talks about we're in the fourth industrial revolution right now with the smart cyber-physical systems, and I believe that reusable rockets are going to take us into this fifth industrial revolution. And space already has transformed how we relate to technology, energy, food, water, manufacturing, communications, and this is going to go beyond as we grow into space. And so this is a Morgan Stanley research about the future of the new space industry. And I would ask us all what it looks like to grow in this transformational exponential growth. I think we see the three continued growth scenarios, discipline, collapse, but a big opportunity for transformation. And that's what we then look at in our researching with participants at the United Nations Association. And we based our Outer Space Innovation and Advocacy series off of the MySDG Dream program, talking about what your vision is for the future of sustainable development for the year 2030. So we wanted to envision the SDGs with outer space for 2030 and compiling that into a report similar to the Universal Periodic Review that we've hosted with the Human Rights Council. We'll be submitting a program with the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs, asking, again, what is your vision for the future of humanity in outer space? And I want to show, I have a piece of the Apollo-Soyuz capsule, and I think that this is such a powerful example of the peaceful use of outer space, of the United States and the Soviet Union coming together in 1975 at the height of the Cold War to come up with these international standards for rescuing astronauts, for collaborating in outer space. And I think in this a troubling time in human history that we can look to space for the future of peace. And so in our series, we've had some wonderful participants from astronaut Nicole Stott, who now has the Space for Art Foundation and wrote a book, Back to Earth, and talks about these three tenets of being in space, that we're all Earthlings. The only border that matters is that thin blue line protecting our atmosphere. Director DiPipo of the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs participated in our in an interview for the Global Engagement Summit. Representative Jim Cooper, who's served from the national security side of the space industry, the U.S. Observer to the United Nations, Cynthia Yu, Zephanie Smith-Eisenstadt, a space equity advocate and NAACP Foundation trustee. Nancy Conrad also hosted us at the Conrad Summit at Johnson Space Center. Her late husband, Pete Conrad, was the third man on the moon, and it's a really powerful example, again, of how far we've come since those Apollo days, and how far we have yet to go. So this report will be public, and I want to invite all of you to participate if you'd like. The poll is open right now at pollev.com/UNA, and so you are all welcome. I can put that in the chat as well to fill that out and share what your vision is for the future of outer space for sustainable development. This is one of the responses from our rankings of what are the biggest benefits of outer space, and this is from our astrobiology course. And it's interesting to see how this has changed through each different group of participants that we've spoken with. And so it's exciting to put this also into the first intergenerational model UN that we'll be hosting on UN Day, October 24th. So I want to invite you all to join us for that as we model, again, the future of humanity in outer space. So thank you so much for listening. I'm happy to answer any questions and really appreciate all of your work and looking forward to staying in touch and hope to see you all soon. Aloha.
Thank you, Ari. And we appreciate your getting up at such an early, at sundown. Sorry, yeah, okay, so is there anybody who wants to contribute, or shall we just move on? Will you stay until the end, or will you go back to bed?
Yep, I'll be here.
Okay, then let's move on and if people have any questions, we'll take them in the end. That will be better. So we'll have now Matesh, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm going to mispronounce this, Sijet from George Washington University, and it's about commercial space stations. Okay, here we go.
Very good afternoon. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we do.
Very good afternoon, everyone in Turkey. Hello from Slovakia. I'm very pleased to be here and to present my paper, which is on the topic of commercial space stations, more generally commercialization of the low Earth orbit, but more particularly on the commercial space station. As we know, the International Space Station is planned to be decommissioned in 2031, so the discussions about the future of space stations in low Earth orbit are in the forefront of attention. What I often feel is that the discussions about the commercial space station are not as, let's say, thorough as they should be. The general public usually starts to think about monumental sci-fi-like structures in low Earth orbit, and the question of the real viability and value of the future station sometimes get lost. So I will try to assess both positive and negative aspects of these commercial manned outposts. Just briefly about me, I'm a very recent graduate of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University, directed by Professor Pace. In terms of from my professional experience, I had experience both with the private and public sector. And currently, I am a consultant at the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, where I support them with capacity building projects in space law. So to start discussing my paper, I think it would be very beneficial to briefly talk about the history of space stations to get an idea of what is the history and what can the future be. Humans were thinking about manned outposts in the low Earth orbit since the beginning of time, let's say, and it was way long before the first rocket was launched. The idea of a space station, for example, appeared in NASA documents as early as in 1959. During the space race, the purpose of the space station was largely political, but the idea was to build a platform that would serve as a habitat for humans in space for a longer duration, and would also serve as a laboratory for scientific and industry-sponsored experiments in microgravity, and also for observing both the Earth and outer space. The first space station in orbit was the Salyut 1, launched by the Soviet Union in 1971. It carried the scientific equipment for experiments to study human adaptation to long-duration space flight. It also had a variety of telescopes for solar astronomical observation and instruments to observe the Earth as well. The US followed in 1973 with its Skylab station. This happened because NASA had an excess Apollo hardware from the canceled lunar missions, and they decided to turn them into a short-term space station, which was serving the purpose of a scientific and engineering laboratory. What followed was the Russia's Mir space station, which is, I think, worth mentioning. It was the first modular space station and operated in LEO for more than 15 years. What is important that the Mir was the first space station that allowed for really long-term stays, and such long-term flights are very important for us to investigate astronaut health metrics and muscle strength, bone density, and gene expression alterations. So basically prepare us for missions beyond Earth orbit and for our longer duration stay in space. The International Space Station is likely the most complex engineering project in human history, and it is also the largest human structure in space. It is a cooperation project between 5 implementation partners and is divided into the Russian segment and the US segment. The ISS is designated to be always crewed, and it's in fact crewed since the very first expedition mission in year 2000. ISS has been a critical platform for enhancing, first of all, the commercialization of space. There are private activities happening in various areas, scientific research first and foremost, but technology demonstrations are very important, and tourism is coming to the forefront of attention as well. Since 2021, the ISS is not the only space station in low Earth orbit. It was joined by the Chinese Tiangong space station. And in regards to commercialization, it's important to say that China has been very vocal about its ambition to open the space station for business and also gradually turn its utilization into a viable business model. The future, as I said in the beginning, lies in a commercial space station, and we should look closer at what commercial activities can happen on the space station and whether these stations would actually be economically viable. When analyzing the future of commercial space station, we, as I said, should take a closer look at the activities that are happening on board space stations currently. Commercial activities on board space station have been happening for a very long time, with initial involvement of the private sector, namely in form of scientific experiments. But this engagement has evolved and increased over time. For example, when I was talking about the Mir space station, at some point, it was actually controlled by a private company which believed that they could turn the private station into a viable business model and attract paying customers in research and media. And they wanted to open the Mir station to clients such as drug companies or metals businesses looking to use microgravity conditions. While it was not a commercial success per se, according to many, this actually marks the beginning of the commercial era that we find ourselves today, particularly in regards to space station. In regard to the ISS, it was the priority of the US to commercialize the station since the very beginning. In the Commercial Space Act of 1998, it reads that the Congress declares that a priority goal of constructing the station is the economic development of Earth orbital space. And the Congress further declares that the use of free market principles in operating, servicing, allocating the use, and adding capabilities will reduce operational costs of the station. The ISS was designated as a US national laboratory in 2005, which enables space research and development access to a broad range of commercial entities, but also academic institutions and government users, of course. The ISS National Lab is responsible for managing all non-NASA research. Now, this unique microgravity research environment and research platform is available to researchers ranging from small companies to Fortune 500 companies and research institutes alike. Since 2011, the ISS National Lab has selected more than 200 ISS research projects, which range from developing drug therapies, monitoring tropical cyclones, improving equipment for first responders, or producing unique fiber optics materials in space, for example. I think this is very important to mention because this is a very important endeavor for raising the general awareness about the benefits of space environment and also for creating a demand for in-space services in the future. So the question is, what can governments and private companies actually do on board today in more detail? First of all, they can conduct basic and applied research activities. They can conduct technology demonstration and validations, but there are opportunities for in-space manufacturing. And I will come back to these three areas in more detail in a bit, because it's very important to be aware of them when we are discussing the future of commercial space stations. Currently, for all the activities that I mentioned, there are both governmental and commercial platforms where experiments and demonstrations can be conducted. But also the private sector now owns an airlock on the ISS, which further increases the ability of commercial entities to broaden the scope of the activities they conduct on board. Apart from R&D, one of the possible utilization areas of space station is tourism, and commercial entities developing space station actually foresee tourism to be a large part of their revenues in the future. As Professor Pace mentioned, the market is in its infancy, but still it's very important to know that there are possibilities to use the space station for tourism, but also for advertising or filmmaking. Since 2019, private companies can apply to launch short-duration commercial crew missions to the International Space Station to conduct for-profit activities, like off-Earth manufacturing or, as I mentioned, marketing or advertising. Despite this important change in the policy, I feel that one of the problems is that NASA actually lacks a dedicated arm that would facilitate and support these activities, which, if such arm is created, I feel it would be a very important tool for maximizing the awareness of the general population about the value of space station and can help create further demand in the future. I somehow can't. So as I said, I will look closely in a more detail on what activities can be done on the board space station. So first of all, as noted, they're ideal platform for conducting research activities in space. Both government and private companies, space and non-space alike, can utilize the presence of the microgravity environment, vacuum, radiation, or for basic or applied research in various fields. When you utilize microgravity environment, it allows for very novel approaches and gives us the ability to understand processes that could be hardly mimicked on Earth, which then can subsequently improve our knowledge and the life on Earth and in space as well. Many fields benefit from research on the space station. I mentioned pharmaceuticals, microbiology, material science, but there are many more. And as I mentioned before, now customers can utilize both governmental and private platforms on board the ISS, which are both external and internal. In terms of technology validations and demonstrations, of course, when you want to become confident in the full utilization of your space hardware and raise confidence in further development, it is important to actually test, to demonstrate and validate technologies directly in the space environment. And with the ever increasing number of these activities that are conducted in space, there will certainly be a greater demand for technology demonstration and validations. Even though the ISS has been orbiting the Earth for more than 20 years, there are several fields where progress has so far been limited, and the full potential of the space station has not been fully unlocked, which is something that the private operators of space stations will certainly be interested in. In recent years, there has been a tremendous progress in several promising areas. First, with the advancement of 3D printing and additive manufacturing here on Earth, there have been also significant developments towards in-space manufacturing in space, which encompasses on-demand fabrication, repairs, recycling, for example. And this is seen as a solution towards more flexible and sustainable activities in space. In-space manufacturing has great prospects for terrestrial applications too, so it's not only for advancing our stay in space. One example would be the production of the high-quality Z-blend optical fibers in microgravity, which are very difficult to produce on Earth due to the formation impurities due to gravity. The prospect of sending humans to space for not scientific but touristic purposes, as I mentioned earlier, is as old as the spaceflight itself. And the International Space Station has been occupied by several non-professional astronauts that paid large amount of money for their trip to our space station. The first commercial trip happened in 2001 when a US businessman spent some 20 million to spend a few days on the ISS. Since then, there have been few other private astronauts, but this never really became a routine. This is changing slowly. In recent years, as I mentioned, NASA changed its policy, so it allows commercial crew to come to the ISS. And this change is already visible on some tangible endeavors. This year, we experienced the first fully commercial mission, Axiom-1, where each of the private astronauts paid around 50 million for a ticket, which seems still too much of a price to create a sustainable demand. Okay, so as I mentioned, the ISS will be decommissioned in 2031, which means that there will be the only Chinese station remaining as a governmental space station in orbit, if there are not commercial stations by then. The attention of the US has shifted beyond LEO, with the priority being the Artemis program, whose integral component is also a lunar outpost called Gateway. So there will be a lunar space station. However, the US does not want to fully abandon LEO, and it has interest in continuation of managed presence in LEO by commercial companies, from whose NASA can later contract various services that would have to do by itself otherwise. In this connection, NASA organizes its efforts of transitioning from the ISS to the commercial space station under so-called LEO destination program. Under the program, NASA awarded three contracts to develop a smaller commercial space station, and these contracts are in total worth over $500 million US. The awardees include Blue Origin, that plans its station called Orbital Reef, which is presented as a mixed-use platform for commerce, research, and tourism. The second company is NanoRax, which currently helps companies fly science experiments and other payloads to the ISS. They have both internal and external platforms. As in the case of Orbital Reef, NanoRax foresees a multi-purpose station consisting of inflatable module for crew, but also scientific laboratories for various purposes, for example, materials research lab or biology lab. The third company that was awarded the award by NASA is Northrop Grumman, which is the long-term defense contractor of the US. The company aims for development of a station which would be built on technologies which the company already developed or is developing under various contracts. So they would use their cargo spacecraft, but also the Halo module that will later be part of the Lunar Gateway. In addition to these three contracts, there is also one development in progress by Axiom Space, the company which also sent the first commercial crew to the ISS. In 2020, they won an award for the development of a commercial module to the ISS. So they foresee their commercial model to be attached to the ISS, and later, when the ISS is decommissioned, they will basically turn it into a standalone station. In the case of all the four companies, there is not that much detailed information on the design phase and ongoing stage of the development, but the representatives have been vocal about their confidence in initial operations to be conducted by the end of this decade, which means that they could be at least partially operational before the ISS is decommissioned. But the real development is hard to predict in advance, and it's certain that no standalone commercial station would be actually fully operational before 2027. With less optimism, I would say not before 2030. So these are the developments in the US. As I've mentioned, China already has its operational station in LEO. So the question is, what are the plans of other ISS implementation partners? Because they have over the years, of course, created certain demand for the utilization of their space station. So there's definitely nourished space and non-space businesses that are.
Our time is running up, so if you could wrap it up.
Itself and the European Space Agency does not have a formal plan of post-ISS years yet. And in the case of JAXA, the Japanese Space Agency, the agency issued a strategy in 2017, which outlined basically three options. One of them is the development of own, either manned or unmanned platform, but it is more likely that Japan and the EU will eventually contract services from the US private space station operators, which NASA could potentially broker.
Can you please wrap it up?
We could say that success of commercial space station will depend on the ability of their operators to not only create demand internally, but also to create partnerships with different countries and space agencies. question remains whether they could actually, these commercial stations could actually turn into a success and potentially also generate profit, of course, since this is we're talking about private businesses. As mentioned, the cost of operating, developing, launching, and operating space station is very high. NASA alone spends over $1 billion annually just for sole operations. And it is also very hard to determine what would be the annual revenue of commercial space station. There is a report from 2017 from a congressional hearing, and in the report it was suggested that the revenue of a commercial station could be anywhere between $400 million to $1.5 billion annually. So despite these high costs and unclear revenues, space station certainly is a very valuable platform with a number of utilization opportunities. And in this regard, the commercial station could deliver all the benefits that are generated by the ISSELS currently and allow for enhancing affordability, which is very important. What would also help is that over the years we have matured the products and processes, we have lowered the cost of launches, and we also have the capability to fly humans to a lower orbit on a regular basis. What is problematic is still a rather low demand for the utilization of the space environment, including the space station. Generally, there is a low awareness of non-space sector about the benefits of the utilization of the space environment and the space station in particular. Thus, I feel that it would be absolutely critical that NASA and with private companies works hard on raising the awareness about the benefits of both space to space and space to Earth applications, and also raise awareness on how utilizing space environment can help companies achieving their business or R&D goals. Governments will likely remain the most important customers of commercial space station, which might solve the problem with the unclear revenue or low revenue in the beginning. And they will definitely be flying crew, experiments, instruments, and so on. However, this demand, it is questionable whether this demand will be enough for the space stations to turn even. And other question is whether these space stations will remain viable once the focus of federal agencies further shifts from activities in India. Connected to the low demand is also the challenge that would arise if there are more commercial space stations. It could be very challenging to become profitable if you have competition in the lower orbit which offers similar services. So in this regard, I think we can definitely expect the significant first mover advantage of a company that launches and operates the space station first. And to add to these uncertainties, as I mentioned earlier, there is the Chinese Tiangong space station, which by 2030 will be well established.
Mateus Sizet, we need to, can you hear me?
Competition. And one major challenge also for the commercial space station would be the existence of alternative platforms. You have separate unmanned platforms, free flying capsules, satellites, research satellites, technology demonstration satellites. You can also have platforms for in-space manufacturing. So all these platforms will make it very difficult for space stations to become established as viable, and first and foremost as cost-effective business models for these technologies. So also in the space tourism, we need to be aware of the fact that now we have competition there as well. We have suborbital flights, which are lower cost than going to the space station. And also in the future, you will have interplanetary flights, so there does not be a competition. So to sum up, I think a lot of what we will see in the future will be actually shaped by what will be conducted on the ISS during this last decade of operation, how we will be able to further mature our processes and technology.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Now we'll have the next speaker, and this is production in space.
Hello.
Hi. So if you could,
can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, and if you could stick to the time constraint, 15 minutes, that would be very much appreciated.
I'll try to be brief in the interest of time. Hello, everyone. My name is George Lawa, and I'm also an alumnus of the George Washington University, LA School of International Affairs and Space Policy Institute. I'm currently working with G-Space, a startup in the United States, a commercial company bridging artificial intelligence and activities in space, especially in LEO. I believe this is a good segue, and I thank my fellow panelists for introducing the topic. But first, I would like to thank you for the invitation, to thank Istanbul University for the opportunity to be here, part of this distinguished panel, and to discuss a topic that is very close to me in space manufacturing, and to present an acquisition policy perspective on this topic. So in space manufacturing, as to offer a short definition, is the process of manufacturing goods uniquely leveraging the space environment. Think of the space vacuum, low temperatures, or sustained microgravity. This is not a novel concept, as many public and private actors have worked over several decades to make in-space manufacturing successful. I believe it reached a pinnacle in the 1980s during the space shuttle era, and some of the most successful activities have been those of NASA commercial centers. I believe it is important to make a distinction under the umbrella of general space manufacturing. Space manufacturing can refer to terrestrial manufacturing of space systems, and refer to in-space manufacturing of products and technologies for Earth applications or for space applications, as the previous speaker also made the distinction about. For my presentation, I would like to refer mainly to the in-space manufactured products for terrestrial markets, and to make a parallel to what Professor Pace was mentioning earlier. Although the people are still on Earth, we are not a multi-planetary species yet, and so are the markets. Terrestrial markets still are the most immediate markets to put on any product, although there is potential for developing a market for products in space, driven by different policies or commercial interests. Now, some of the applications of in-space manufacturing are products for orbital refineries, construction of large space structures in the future, or manufacturing components, having access to those components directly in space, or in the future mining celestial bodies, or even recycling orbital debris as a solution to that issue. So to talk a bit briefly about the history of the low Earth orbit from an economic perspective, we believe that LEO is an emerging market. To date, it's been very dependent on satellites, as you can see, and those segments have grown quite strongly and have driven the commercial activities in low Earth orbit. But what is emerging is a new segment for in-space servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, sort of this new market that has been coined as OSAM. Now it's termed ISAM, and I'll be discussing a little bit more about that when we come to the policy discussion. But we believe that space infrastructure is not just about satellites. People are going to have to manufacture semiconductors, fiber optics, batteries, carbon nanotubes in space, as we continue to expand infrastructure beyond telecommunication and Earth observation. And one day we might even transition heavier industries and manufacturing in space to address climate change concerns and sustainability. To talk a bit about current policies and why that is important, I believe as any issue in space and advanced technologies, the problem cannot be solved by looking at a single perspective. Technology, economics, and policies are thus closely intertwined. Technological advancements require research and development funds, which are usually fueled by government spending in the case of basic and even some early applied research, and then private investment in the case of last stage research and applied research and product development. Space policies determine the spending priorities of the federal government, which in turn generate the basis for product development And so far, such products can satisfy an existing market demand. So as you can tell, economics, the policy, and the technology are closely intertwined in this system. And we believe that in order for in-space manufacturing to be successful, there needs to be a consensus from all government agencies to successfully promote this new market for the benefit of the LEO economy that we would argue cuts across the three categories of space activities: civil, military, and commercial activities. Now, this is the brief summary of policies and policy makers and stakeholders in the United States that have talked about on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing. Most recently, out of the White House, sort of a strategic document for in-space servicing, assembly, and manufacturing, sort of transitioning from on-orbit to in-space, believed to think forward to the Artemis program and the Moon and the Lunar Gateway program and so on. Furthermore, NASA's budget request was increased by 3.3% overall from the previous year, with $502 million dedicated for technology demonstration, including OSAM here. And finally, in the defense activities, the U.S. Space Force has several projects that funding opportunities for companies to engage commercial companies, both traditional space contractors and defense contractors, but also new innovative companies. And these are part of the SpaceWorks and Spec OT and then Orbital Prime programs. So what we believe is the issue with in-space manufacturing. First, there is a sort of a lack of a policy consensus. There are pushes and pulls in different directions from commercial, civil, and military activities in outer space, and that is to be expected. It's not something unique to in-space manufacturing. We believe that there is no quick and accessible business roadmap to commercializing products that are built in space for Earth applications. And there is also, we believe, a technology push rather than a market pull for these products. A lot of technology demonstration projects in which technology comes first. It is crucial to develop the capability to build products in orbit, but we believe that it's not enough, and those efforts need to be also sustained by thorough market investigations and make sure that those products can find a place on terrestrial markets. Otherwise, the efforts will not result in the expected $1 trillion returns or so that people talk about. So we believe that there is pressing need for government support of compelling in-space manufacture superior products for terrestrial markets. And to offer a policy solution, and then here we use an acronym since government agencies love their acronyms. And this would be in-space manufactured commercial products, so ISMCP. And this would be something along the lines we were thinking. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but connect to something that's been successful and that's driven the first wave of new space activities. So the COTS, commercial off-the-shelf policy, means that a technology is first advanced terrestrially, then government agencies and bodies acquire the next generation of this technology and qualify it for use in space. And now this is obviously a system in which we take technologies from Earth to space. What we want to argue for is that there is a potential for the opposite, to develop technologies in space and bring them back on Earth, technologies or products. We believe that in-space manufacturing could be the next source of technological innovation, leveraging on the unique environment in outer space, whether on the International Space Station, commercial space stations, future lunar stations, and so on. So what NASA did successfully, we argue, and part of the SpaceX success story, was the commercial orbital transport service model, which also uses the same COTS acronym as the commercial off-the-shelf, with the idea that wanting to have the capability to launch from U.S. territory, again, NASA funded the technology readiness and technology development of SpaceX launch systems, but also continuing, the government became the first anchor customer for the launch services from SpaceX. And then with the idea that in the future the government would be just one of many customers, and this is a policy that's quite likable, especially during the previous administration. So we argue that ISMCP could be a similar system in which, after the stage in which government has been extensively funding technology development for in-space manufacturing, government needs to also become the first anchor customer and purchase in-space manufactured products with a demonstrated application on terrestrial markets, and that would signal demand. That would make the economy more clear and make sure that other customers interested in those services can have a baseline for what the price of those services will be. So in light of that policy suggestion, we believe that the ISMCP or similar project would bridge the gap between in-space manufacturing, R&D, and product commercialization. And we put this in context of future landscape of in-space manufacturing in low Earth orbit. Now, there are a lot of studies out there that forecast that space infrastructure and then LEO will reach high numbers, and this is almost a consensus between investors and then researchers that this is something of great potential that space is developing. But we believe that at the current stage and with the current policies, this might not actually happen at that promised level of return, and that might hurt in the long run the economy if investors do not get their promised return. So we believe that bridging this gap and then signaling demand will hopefully fix the issue and make the low Earth orbit economy the market that it seeks to be. So in the interest of time, I'll move straight to the question and answers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we reserve our questions and move on to Professor Stephen Friedland, and it's about space resources and their sharing.
Thank you so much. I hope all is well. You can hear me and see me. I'm speaking to you from Canada, where I'm in the midst of another conference. So it's lovely to be talking to you. I wish you all well. Thank you so much to the university and all the colleagues there for the invitation to participate. And I've enjoyed listening to the colleagues speak on the panel already. Thank you. I'm talking to you about space resources, which, in keeping with the theme of this conference, is a burgeoning opportunity, according to many, but from my perspective, it's also a very complex issue. The idea of exploiting space resources, and by this I mean not orbits, but hard resources on celestial bodies, on asteroids, etc. The idea of exploiting those resources is complex and involves many challenges. I'm involved very much on the legal, government and diplomatic side, but they are only small aspects in an overall context. The issues involve incredible technological challenges, Industry, of course, shows great innovation. Industry, of course, shows great progress. Industry, of course, perhaps over-talks its capabilities as well. But it seems at some point that the technology will be sufficient to allow for these activities to happen on a significant scale. But there are many technological issues, scientific issues, but this is also an issue about the environment of orbits, perhaps if we talk about the moon, the lunar orbit, but also, of course, the environment on the celestial body itself. It's clearly an issue about economics, and you'll see that the case involving the benefits of these activities and the sorts of activities has very much changed because of the business case. It's about politics, it's about culture, it's about, in a sense, humanity's relationship with space. If we are to regard space from what it is now to simply an area that is to be exploited, and if you like, in crude language, to be mined, that changes the nature of the way we regard space. And we all know that space has many aspects to it and provides so many benefits in so many ways. And so changing the nature of the way we think about space has implications. This is a really complex issue. And even though there are calls by many to have the legal rules of the road in place as quickly as possible, because this will happen quickly, we really need to understand all of these complexities. We need to understand the questions before we can even begin to consider regulatory answers and governance answers. What's at stake? Well, we heard in George's commentary just now, he made reference to the $1 trillion, the idea that entrepreneurs, the world's first entrepreneurs, can be, how our trillionaires will be those that can exploit space. And there have been discussions about capturing asteroids worth trillions of dollars in terms of their natural resources. But more likely, at least in the shortish term, although I don't think it's going to be immediate, the area of focus is the moon, and mining the moon initially for things like helium-3 or rare earth minerals was a discussion, but now much of the discussion is about water. Where the business cases come in is that initially, with the interest in this as an activity, it was put to us that this would be of benefit to all of humanity because we could go to, let us say, the moon, exploit the natural resources, let us say naturally occurring helium isotope, helium-3, which has incredible possibilities if we can combine it with fusion technology to create power. So go to the moon, exploit those resources, bring them back to Earth, and from there create benefits for all of us through the usage of those resources. In addition, to the extent we were to mine for natural resources, rare earth minerals off Earth, that would, in a sense, the argument went, lessen the need to mine on Earth, and therefore, in a sense, be a mitigation for the environmental damage that mining activities on Earth would cause. The business case does not make sense at this point to go to either the moon or another celestial body and actually bring things back, let alone all of the technical challenges. And so the argument has now changed, at least in the shortish to medium term. That is to go to, let us say, the moon, exploit the resources, perhaps process the water, create fuel or whatever, and then utilize an off-Earth economy. So you would have suppliers and buyers off Earth, and those resources would then be used for further space activities, i.e. not bringing back those materials at this stage. So you can see, even though there are clearly benefits in enabling some to utilize these resources to engage in their space activities, that, if you like, benefit to humanity argument changes, because given the incredible challenges to actually undertake these activities, you are only in the short to medium term going to have a limited number of countries and their companies who are suppliers, and a limited number of companies and countries who are, in a sense, the buyers, the purchasers. And so this off-Earth economy services a relatively small number of actors. And the arguments about benefits to the greater sense of humanity, as is required under the treaties that regulate space law, perhaps looks a bit more difficult to sustain. And so there are both proponents and people who argue against these activities, but it seems as if humanity has made the decision that we are going to move forward. So from the legal and governance situation, we already have, as I mentioned, a space regime. Most of you would be aware of that. Two of those treaties, the Outer Space Treaty and the Moon Agreement, deal much more relevantly with the sorts of issues that arise. Those treaty regimes were developed through the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, developed by consensus amongst member states, and then put forward to the General Assembly and opened for signature and ratification. COPOS has also developed a number of other instruments that are not binding treaties, but represent what are regarded as best practice or most preferred practice in terms of the mitigation of debris and more recently long-term sustainability of space activities. And both of those have relevance perhaps to these activities. And then we have in other contexts already created governance structures for the exploitation of resources beyond national jurisdiction, noting that space itself is an area beyond national jurisdiction, governed instead by international law. So we have a regime created to govern the usage, for example, of another natural resource in space, that is the usage of spectra on the geostationary orbit, and that is governed through a United Nations body, the International Telecommunication Union. And whilst not perfect, it's a structure that people accept and allows for that utilization to take place. In a different context, we also have a governance structure for the possibilities of mining the natural resources of another area beyond national jurisdiction. That is what's known as, under the law of the sea, the area, the deep seabed under the high seas. And in Jamaica, there is a body called the International Seabed Authority, which considers applications for licenses to mine, and it is developing its criteria as to what sort of conditionality it might apply for those sort of applications. So humanity, if it's seen a need and a will to exploit resources beyond national jurisdiction, has shown that it can develop governance structures, but those structures need to be entirely precise in terms of applying to what is required. If we are to create a framework for off-Earth mining on celestial bodies, that framework has to be appropriate, not just for 1 or 5 years, but for the next 50 years. Because once you create a framework, it would be very difficult to change. Now, I'm not going to run through the legal issues, given the paucity of time. I will just raise questions. We have the Outer Space Treaty, which has fundamental principles about freedom of access and how that might be in line with the idea of somebody trying to exploit resources from a particular area. We have a principle of what's called non-appropriation, one of the most important principles in space law, which prohibits and makes clear that space is not susceptible to claims of territory, sovereignty, nationality, whatever. But again, if you look at the idea of allowing countries or through their entities to begin to exploit resources, are we going to challenge that? Are we going to challenge the notion of peaceful purposes? because the treaty requires that activities on celestial bodies are to be exclusively for peaceful purposes. And so we need to explore the idea of the purpose of the resource exploitation. International law also requires responsibility for states for the activities of their private entities. And there is a liability regime, which may not be particularly suited to this notion, particularly if we have, as George mentioned, off-Earth manufacturing at some stage, perhaps 3D printing of infrastructure on a celestial body on the moon using regolith, that may not fit into this liability regime. And remembering that space is about activities being under the supervision, the authorization, the responsibility of states. That is the system we have. And there are obligations not to interfere with others, to have due regard to the activities of others. And you see there might be conflicts there to get with this notion of freedom of access. And there are also obligations of cooperation and sharing information. And I've been told by many corporates who are interested in this activity that they would not share their information because it's commercial in confidence. And so the treaty regime raises questions. There is also another treaty, as I mentioned, the 1979 Moon Agreement. I'm delighted to say that Australia is a party to that treaty and Turkey is a party to that treaty. And that treaty was established again through a consensus process in Koplos and then open for ratification for precisely this issue, managing the exploitation of space resources already in the 1970s. And it is quite explicit in some of the things that would be required if we were to have a regime to manage this process once it becomes what's known as feasible. Now, there are only 18 states parties, including, as I said, Turkey and Australia, to that treaty, but it is space law. It is binding on those states parties, and those states parties will be very careful to ensure that their rights are maintained under that treaty, notwithstanding any other process that goes ahead. As I mentioned, there are other issues involved about waste management, about rehabilitation. If you speak to terrestrial mining companies, they have essentially 3 divisions in their operations. They have one division for the exploration and identification of seams of resources. They have another division for the actual extraction purposes to mine. And they have a third division for the rehabilitation of mines once the mines are closed. And we don't at this stage have much discussion about that third issue. There seems to be very little thought to what will happen after any mining takes place. There have been many initiatives at the national level. Various countries have passed national laws that purport to encourage this, but they are circular, these national laws. They say, of course, under national law, let's take the USA, this is something that bestows rights on a US citizen if they do exploit, but it is subject to international law. And so we really need to work out the international law regime before we work out the situation under national law. And then we've got the Artemis Accords and other activities by countries, and we've got a lot of work done by civil society. At the United Nations, we have now a working group in Koplos, and I am honored to be the co-chair of that working group. And we've achieved consensus in how we move forward. For the next 5 years, we have a clear mandate, a clear working plan, a clear set of details. Turkey has participated very actively in those discussions, and we managed to achieve consensus on moving forward in this way to come up with ideas about frameworks, notwithstanding the geopolitical climate. These are the sorts of issues that we need to address. What type of activities, what type of resources, how does the existing framework work? Does it apply? Do we need a new framework? What sort of principles apply? These are the sort of information gathering exercises we're going through now. Second last slide is really the risks and then the future. Firstly, notwithstanding we've reached consensus about a process, it's not entirely clear whether we will reach consensus at the end of the process on a framework, if indeed member states believe one is necessary. If there is a framework, we don't know what those principles will be. Obviously, there's inputs from the Moon Agreement, from the Artemis Accords, from a whole range of other inputs, but in the end, it will be up to the member states. There is a danger that we don't reach agreement and that countries may therefore feel that it's incumbent on them to work perhaps in a more unilateral or national basis rather than through a multilateral process. And that, I fear, would give rise to real possibilities of misunderstandings, miscommunications, and worse, and really threaten this idea of non-appropriation, which was put in place as a conflict avoiding mechanism. So the last slide, dear moderator. Where are we now? Already we looked at this issue in the 70s, but clearly technology has moved forward. So what was possible is now probable, albeit I still believe we have a long way to go. But as I said, this is a fundamental issue. This is one of, if I may say, the big issues of space. And with these big issues, my view is that only multilateral processes leading to a resolution can work to minimize the potential for conflict on the big issues. So we will have inputs from a whole range of member states, but we need to have a process that is inclusive, that gives every state the possibility to contribute, so that if and when a resolution, a framework, whatever rules of the road are developed for these activities, everybody is working from the same set of rules. We must avoid different groups undertaking these activities under different rules. And I would like to say that through the establishment of this working group, through the multilateral process, the member states have, at least at this point, made the decision that this is a political decision, that there are benefits to creating this multilateral process. Yes, there will be hard bargaining. Yes, there will be disagreements. But in the end, there are benefits for a multilateral process that will allow, hopefully, for cooperative partnerships, that will allow, hopefully, for these activities, if they are to take place with a minimal of risks and a maximum of benefits for all. Thank you so much for your attention. My apologies if I've gone a minute or so over time. Thank you for your attention, and I'll pass it back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Professor Freeland. Okay, so let's have, I don't know, Kasım İleri, will you be giving your speech in Turkish or in English?
I will be speaking in English.
Okay, then you can speak for yourself, and the floor is yours.
Be able to see it clearly, and do you hear me okay?
Yes, it's perfect.
Thank you very much for having me today. I'm Kasım İleri. I have a pending PhD at Middle East Technical University, and I'm also a journalist covering the Defense Department in Washington. So I'm currently talking to you from Washington. My paper is about competition, from competition to confrontation. It's focused on the United States space strategy. Space, of course, has never been immune to the global power politics, but since 50s, but it has never been so congested, contested, and a real war-fighting domain as it is today. It's not anymore a domain where only great powers could afford. Mid-level powers, small powers, even companies now have the ability to claim their share in the space. Lower orbits, as many of the speakers have already mentioned, is already extremely crowded and has turned into a battlefield. And even geostation orbit, that is generally perceived as the sanctuary, is now contested in many ways. The confrontations in space, of course, are inevitable in a digitized world. However, norms and laws to govern that realm are not being set as fast as the currently building escalation between United States, China, Russia, and other powers. There is almost no room for cooperation as geopolitical power race between United States and China has already spread to space, and militarization of space has long been an international concern, but now intervening in the lower orbit from the Earth by advanced missiles, advanced technologies is a raging threat. Unlike other domains such as air, land, and space, sea, space has significant constraints, of course, in terms of defenses, building up defenses for the assets floating in it. In other words, there is a disparity between counter-space offensive capabilities and defensive capabilities. During the Cold War, of course, these are my research questions. As you see, during the Cold War, both United States and Soviet Union approached space as a sanctuary and non-war fighting domain. But now it has already, United States by itself has already declared it as a war-fighting domain and sees it a vital domain for its national security. So based on this context, my research looks into US space policy and try to navigate answers for questions such as how the US approach to space has evolved over time, and what are the main tenets of updated US space strategy, and how does the US security bureaucracy perceive threats and security in space. In my paper, I just divided it in three parts. Of course, the first part is about theoretical applications in space. I will not go deep into this. And then also, I just reviewed the literature on legal frameworks that govern the space currently. And then in the third part, I'm talking about space policy of the United States, space strategy of the United States. Just to mention a few words about theories in that space power politics. All theoretical applications have certain predicaments, two common predicaments. All of them lack historical experience and precedent references, and all of them draw conclusions on space and as an extension of terrestrial domains. So these are main constraints for these theories. And generally in literature, we see that space power politics theoretically is being discussed in analogy with pre-modern warfare. Some theorists make an analogy between evolution of space warfare and modern land warfare and try to make references to Sun Tzu, to Clausewitz, in order to prescribe tactical exertion of power in space. However, in land warfare, where physical conditions such as terrain, geographical barriers, climatic circumstances, and more importantly, human condition dictate the execution of power and use of force, but in space, infinity, lack of physical barriers, or lack of physical barriers just dictate the entire game. For instance, it's one of the most difficult environment for verifying the attacks with hostile intent, or for determining the impact of space attacks on the final outcomes of terrestrial battles or wars. So that has its own constraints. There are some theories, of course, that try to correlate space race to the rivalry and animosity in the Cold War. They put forward that the Cold War was a unique case in history, created its own norms, and space power politics will also try to do that, but there are a few limitations on this as well. because the Cold War was still based on terrestrial domains and conventional warfare was there. However, in the space, we are just talking for current situation of space is about administering the use of orbits and launching satellites, other payloads into space. But we are in the future, it's not out of imagination that celestial bodies are going to be part of the whole discussion. And then that's why it's not totally descriptive to that. There are also applications that compare space power politics to nuclear warfare theories. But in the end of the day, nuclear warfare theories were all about not using it. It was about strategic deterrence. However, right now we see that, and then the powers were aware of this fact, and they were seeing that as a means of stability. But now we don't think that the space power is diffused in space. We don't believe that the space is going to be balanced like as it was in the Cold War, where the United States and Soviet Union had nuclear powers and deterred one another from an active war. But in space, right now we see that small states, even companies, are launching certain projectiles into space. From there, of course, I won't go deep into this legal frameworks currently that govern the space use of space. Many of our colleagues have already talked about it, but these are some of the agreements and frameworks that currently govern the use of space. And interestingly, most of them came between 63 to 79. After that, we have certain regulations, certain amendments, certain annexes to those, but we don't have a new comprehensive treaty that govern actually reframe the entire governance in the space. And the third part of my research is about space, US space strategy. I think I divided it into two. I think that one of them is competition phase, and then the other one is confrontation phase. Competition phase covers the period between 1954, when the first satellite was launched into space, to late 90s, when the counter space capabilities began to be loudly dubbed within the US national security community and bureaucracy. In 50s, of course, space launches was the main focus of the US space and national security bureaucracy. But in 60s, then we have the man in space, where United States and Soviet Union raced to send man into space. And then in 70s, the US and USSR winded down their competition on sending astronauts and cosmonauts into space. We can now talk about a little bit cooperation between the two powers for the sake of competition, of course, again. And then most of the cooperative agreements, treaties were signed in that period of time, that is the 70s. In 80s, of course, United States space policy was dominated by Reagan, and Reagan was much more interested in space than his predecessors, because there was a heightening discursive tension with Soviets in early 80s, and Reagan revisited the means of competition at the peak season of the Cold War as part of his narrative of the United States global leadership. I call it, that's why, Reagan effect, because that ambitious approach to the space wind down back in 90s. But Reagan, I believe, deserved certain credits here, thanks to his contribution to the incorporation of space strategy into the national security strategy of the United States. It was during Reagan administration when the US government produced a unified, US administration produced a unified document that outlines the US aims and power projections in space. That was the first ever US space policy document that came on July 4, 1982. And then, of course, the basic goals of this was strengthening the security of the United States, maintaining US space leadership, obtain economic and scientific benefit through exploration of space, and expand United States private sector and investment and involvement in civil space and space-related activities. Then these goals were expressed in almost every subsequent national space policy documents after Reagan. Another important development during the Reagan time was establishment of Space Command. It was a Navy actually before that rather than Air Force, which was interested or even at some point obsessed with the space navigations. But the US Air Force comes into the game in '82 by establishment of Air Force Space Command, a command that under the Air Force service branch dealing with the space operations. So this was also one of the commands that would instruct the current Space Command and Space Force units. The other thing was Star Wars doctrine that was not directly related to space. It was about creating a defense, missile defense system that would protect the United States territories against nuclear warfare. But this doctrine gave way for the United States counter space capabilities. And in '85, the United States for the first time tested an counter space projectile targeting a outdated satellite. So it was, in that sense, that Star Wars doctrine is important to mention during the Reagan administration. When it comes to the confrontation phase, the current concepts and rationale of space confrontations are originated in George W. Bush administration's final quadrennial defense review of 2006. In this document, the administration requested that National Defense University craft a space power theory similar to that of other domains such as air and sea, and develop a framework for pursuit of national security, economic, informational, and scientific objectives of the United States. So the document makes several references to intelligence and use of space in that respect. And it also emphasizes the use of space for integrated air-ground operations, which we have already seen some portions of it in the first Gulf War. So the integration of operations in air, in ground, in sea, and on the sea, and then also into space was one of the main tenets of this document that instructs the subsequent documents, the subsequent policy documents. In Obama era, of course, the national space policy comes up with an idea, with a concern actually, a contingent irresponsible act in space that could have damaging effect on United States assets and United States national security. That message in the National Space Policy of 2010 guided the National Security Space Strategy. That's a new document that Obama administration brought in. So this National Space Policy was initiated by Reagan, and National Security Space Strategy was the first incorporated or drafted by Obama administration. So Obama administration believed that space is increasingly contested in all orbits, and space systems and their supporting infrastructures face a range of man-made threats that may deny, degrade, deceive, disrupt, or destroy United States assets. As more nations and more non-state actors develop counter-space capabilities over the next decade, document claims, the United States space systems will face more and more threats. And then irresponsible acts against space system could have implications not only for the United States. The document claimed that it would have a worldwide impact on services upon which the civil and commercial sectors heavily depended. And then this National Security Space Strategy of 2011 sets three goals: strengthening the safety, stability and security in space, and maintain and enhance strategic national security advantages, and also energize the space industrial base that supports the US national security. This is the last goal. The third goal is because the United States revenues out of space industrial production has decreased from 64 back in 90s to 47 in 2008. So that was the main goal, the main rationale behind that. Until 2013, the US national security space policy pursued a strategic restraint in a multi-tiered manner through diplomatic channels at the multi-level, multilateral, bilateral levels, and through public diplomacy, through discrete budgetary investments in dual space technologies, with an emphasis on, of course, better situational, space situational awareness. However, that consensus within the US national security community changed in May 2013 when China launched what it claimed as a science mission that nearly reached to geostationary orbit, that is 36,000 kilometers above the Earth. And US satellite operators formally considered this as an important orbital altitude, a sanctuary free from ground threats. However, Chinese tests also came on the heels of both Russia and China testing maneuverable satellites in low orbit, a capability that was only available to the United States before that. So this renewed threats, renewed threat perception, and renewed fear about inevitability of the space confrontations was actually redrafted into a strategic portfolio review in 2014 by the Obama administration. So it emphasized defense against counter space capabilities, and then it defines those capabilities as kinetics, physical, that includes missile attacks or missile launches against satellites and other space objects, and also non-kinetic or physical, that includes lasers, high-powered microwave weapons, and nuclear weapons detonated in space that would create certain radio frequency pulses. And then, of course, the electronic that was targeted schemes through with space system transmit and receive data by jamming or spoofing or cyber attacks.
Okay, please keep watch of the time. I know.
Just a few
minutes.
More slides and I'm done. So the national space strategy of 2011, excuse me, 2018 came during the Obama, during the Trump administration, and then the space strategy built on national security strategy of Trump that was emphasizing peace through strength, and then it had 4 pillars that was transforming to more resilient space architectures, strengthening deterrence and warfighting options, and improve foundational capabilities, structures, and processes to ensure effective space operations through with an improved space situational awareness. At the same time, of course, during the Trump administration, establishment of Space Command came to the game, and then Space Force. These are two different branches, 2 different units. Space Force is a composite force that handles operations about 50,000 something kilometers above the Earth, but Space Force is a service branch that trains and provide the basics to the Space Command. And then, of course, the defense strategy of Trump in 2020 came in accordance with the national security strategy and national defense strategy. It built up 4 lines of effort, build comprehensive military advantage in space, and integrate space into national, joint, and combined cooperation, and then shape the strategic environment to impose US force, and then also to cooperate with allies, industries, and others, government institutions, to create a whole of government effort in challenging the space, counter space challenges. So in conclusion, today, of course, rise of China as a space power and Russia's resurgent space capability has in many ways triggered a panic within the US security establishment, and then US military's asymmetric reliance on space, of course, space assets, have caused some concerns within the US government that adversaries might target the United States space assets in a terrestrial war, in a conventional war on the ground. And of course, Russia and China's counter-space experiments and strikes led the United States to prioritize deterrence over diplomacy and engagement, and then the US defense strategy was updated in a way to be more offensive, to be focused more on offensive capabilities and ensure US space superiority. That was all I was going to talk. Thank you very much for listening to me. If I have exceeded my time, I'm sorry.
No, you work quite good. Thank you. I mean, time-wise. So now let's move on to the last speaker, Oğuz Karasu. Buyurun Oğuz Bey.
Mr. Oğuz, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry. Hi. Thank you, Professor. My name is Oğuz Karasu. I'm so honored to be a part of this symposium today, especially because I'm a PhD candidate on economics in Istanbul University. Even though I'm not physically there, I feel already I'm at home. Also, I'm so glad to listen to my professor, Scott Pace from the George Washington University. Earlier, I was his student the last semester. Today, I will talk about the economic shocks and the international space projects, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Okay. My outline is, let me start with the global economic outlook in 2022. After that, I will look into the global space economy and the actors in space. And lastly, I will talk about the international space projects and the impact of the Russian invasion. So the global outlook in 22, before we came here, as we are aware, the COVID-19 pandemic since 2020 has been affecting our economies overall. And after that, supply chain disruptions, just after that, started to affect our economies. And that began in 2020, which was a sharp increase in consumer spending on durable goods as COVID-19 restrictions led people to buy more goods for home and fewer services in the stores and restaurants outside. This led us to the actually chip shortages, and almost 3 months ago, lastly February 24, 2022, Russia has started invade Ukraine, and the war unfortunately started there. The war in Ukraine has triggered a costly humanitarian crisis that demands a peaceful resolution. At the same time, economic damage from the conflict will contribute to a significant slowdown in global growth in 2022 and add to inflation. Fuel and food prices have increased rapidly, hitting vulnerable populations in low-income countries the hardest. The global growth projected to slow from an estimated 6.1% in 2021 to 3.6% in 2022 and also 2023. Because of war, the commodity prices and broadening prices pressures have led to 22 inflation projections of 5.7% in advanced economies and 8.7% in emerging market and developing economies. So let me share my research question. In my paper, I discussed and analyzed whether the international space projects are fragile when political shocks, like the example of Russia and Ukraine, became an economic shock or not. To be able to understand that, let me talk about the space economy with graphics. So the space economy has been significantly growing in years, as you can see in the graphic. So the countries continue to put more budgets for their space expenditures when we compare the numbers from the recent years. Let me share the next graphic with you. In this graphic, you can see the number of budgets for the countries, like from 2020 and 2021. One thing I need to highlight here, as my professor Scott Pace mentioned, Russia has been slightly decreasing their budget, and especially they don't have a significant private industry in Russia. So this is one of the aspects of my study. Let me also share the launch providers. As we have been observing in the industry, more private companies are involving to the sector. We see more launches every day. So as you can see on the top, SpaceX has the most of the launches when we compare with the other countries and also companies. Let's look at the projections for the future. George also mentioned that earlier, but let me share what the other like companies or institutions think. On this graphic, we can compare the other companies' findings as well. Like UBS, the wealth management company, is showing the an increase in like 20 years, but less than the others. Compared to that, Goldman Sachs like showing an exponentially growth in 20 years approximately. So to be able to like understand the like how this economic shock affects the international projects for the space industry, I wanted to find some numbers from NASA. So NASA time to time shares the total international agreements. As you can see on this graphic, they shared 2015 numbers here. But in 2011, the total agreements of NASA with the international companies or institutions was in total 464. And this number and up to 731 in 2015, and 2016, 750, 2019, 709, and it decreases in 2020 like 679, and started to increase again in 2022 as 637. So in total, NASA had over 4,000 agreements until now with the international cooperation. This shows us how the space projects are fragile because most of them are held in international level. Let me also mention the International Space Station, which is the most well-known the space project. So NASA relied on Russian rockets to get astronauts to and from the ISS for almost 10 years until May 2, 2021, which SpaceX has brought the old tradition back to the US soil with the latest innovation of Dragon rockets and helped American astronauts to get to ISS. But this development hasn't weakened the cooperation on the ISS between United States and Russia until February 24 this year, which is the starting date of the Russian invasion to Ukraine. As it can be seen in this graphic, the space station is a great example of international cooperation And both the United States and Russia are involved heavily, not just technologically, but also with the control centers on the ground, as you can see on the map here. So even though politically the two countries are running in opposite directions, they have to continue collaborations at the same time. For instance, NASA astronauts, one of the NASA astronauts in the ISS, Mark One-Day Hay, returned to the Earth in a Russian capsule on March 30 in 2022, while Russian troops were continuing their invasion in Ukraine. So the Soyuz with the 3 more Russian astronauts touched down successfully in Kazakhstan, while the tension was extremely high between Russia and the rest of the world. As we know, just after the starting of invasion, whole world started the economic sanctions and also political ones. Most of them killed their space projects with Russia. As a result from this, I know that I don't have that much time. So I observed that even though like some of the projects are easy to lose between countries, some of them are not, as can be seen via the ISS example, not just because of the cumulative experience of cooperation, but also high costs and also technological collaborations. I have a short quote here, you may read if you want. Also, NASA is stating its position for the ISS in a stable manner during this war, assuring the international community that they will continue to work with all of their international partners, as NASA spokesperson Joshua Finch has emailed to space.com in a statement, and they emphasize that they will continue even with the Roscosmos, which is a Russian space agency. As a conclusion, the conflict hasn't ended yet. The war still is on, and we all know in the space industry, one small delay in the project might be followed by another one. And as we can see in the Mars project between Russia and Europe, they won't be able to continue, like the Europe Space Agency won't be able to continue their Mars project at all. And we don't know whether they are gonna be able to cover this in the future or not. And in this perspective, this invasion, I believe, will change the fundamentals and attitudes toward the international space projects mostly. The most essential part also of the industry has been affected, which is the labor force. We know that, yes, technological part is so important, the innovation is so important, the materials are so important, but the most important part is the labor force, the human resource here, which if we cut the project, then we lose that the experience actually, and we won't be able to find that experience and the culture, the organizational culture for the future projects. In the case of Russia-Ukraine conflict, a contrast in this pattern is seen as it has directly affected the space projects internationally. Nonetheless, not all the projects are easily cancelled, thus some continue to prevail. Analysis show that this is due to technological and also financial limitations. So those are all from my end. Thanks for listening. Thanks for your patience as well.
Thanks a lot. That was very illuminating. So I would first like to ask if the speakers would like to comment on what has been said, or want to make further comments on their own. Do we have, oh, that's interpreter, I'm sorry, okay. So is there anybody who would like to make a comment among the speakers? Okay, nobody.
Thank you so much. I would love to ask you you more about what you're doing at Istanbul University and the research that you all are doing in your vision for the future of the Space Symposium.
Is this for Oğuz?
For you.
Oh, well, this is the first time I've been introduced to space economics or the issues of space, so this is not my topic. But I have been very enlightened today. So I would like to ask one thing to whoever would like to answer, and that is, I have seen Ari Eisenstadt in a very optimistic mood or approach about space. And then there are others who talk about, for instance, Kasım İleri and Professor Stephen Freeland talking about the pitfalls in space. So, where do you stand here? Maybe I didn't put my question clearly. I'm talking about the confrontationist issues in space, international relations, and the, let's say, Wild West nature of the topic. And then we see that from George and Ari that there is a lot to be gained from space exploration and technology that could enhance humanity and bring us to higher sustainable levels of development. So, anything you would like to comment on this?
I think I can say a few words. So space industry has so many opportunities for our future, not just for like our like space technologies, but also like for the ground, for the earth technologies. And to make our lives easier, we heavily need to invest those projects more. But with like how can I say, a concern actually, because sometimes like investing in space sector doesn't mean there's always an outcome out of it. So we need to be careful like how to invest and how this investment will affect our capabilities on Earth. Like whether we are like sending too many rockets and having an environmental crisis on Earth, or like having less rockets and having like more capable technologies like on our orbit, so we can have like the same technological innovations on Earth to continue for further developments on Earth. So that was my observation in my studies so far that I want to mention.
Thank you very much. I guess that's it. There is a question from the floor.
First of all, I want to thank all of our guests with this great session. I want to ask you about the militaristic aspect of the space exploration. Ex-President Donald Trump actually established a military space force, I believe. What is the significance of this militaristic approach to the space? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it in my presentation. I would like to just make a few comments. I was here covering the very exact unit when it was established as a first combatant command and then a service military branch. And it was much of the discussions currently in the United States, and when the Space Force was established, even within the military, people were looking at it like a topic for caricatures, like an issue that people were making fun of. However, of course, the national defense strategy and national defense space strategy that was crafted by the Donald Trump administration, many people were trying to tie it to Trump's political ideology, but it was the same, the tenets of this document was the same with Obama administration's understanding. So the United States security bureaucracy definitely believes that in the future, that would be, not today, but not that far future, that they would have to deploy human being to the space and to deal with certain space issues. And that's why even they call their space forces as guardians. It seems to be, in many ways, it seems to be, like as I said, topic of something to make fun of in many ways. But in the future, that's what the United States security bureaucracy believes, that they should take steps, be ready for the force of future. It was the force of future concept was crafted by Obama administration's latest, actually last defense secretary of Obama, Ash Carter. And for a year, the United States just decommissioned many of its conventional defense spendings and then invested more in innovative, more in intrinsic space or high-end technology capabilities. And based on all these discussions and all these concerns, they believe that they can have offensive capabilities, and then they might have defensive capabilities in space where a human being can involve at some point. And that's the main goal, main mission of the Space Force. That's what they say actually.
I want to add, I think it was really well said, that there's this concept in space philosophy of the divergence in human history of whether we'll have our first combat death in space or first birth in space. And I think that really shows an example of where we're heading as a species, as a civilization. And I think that on one hand, in practice, not much has changed with the creation of the Space Force. There are still other military agencies doing very similar things. But I think we should look to also some of these diplomatic accomplishments that have happened and what the opportunities for things like the Artemis Accords and showing for now the peaceful, cooperative use of outer space and the commitment not to do any anti-satellite test practices. I think that we have a lot of opportunity, and hopefully that can come through these multilateral efforts to really ensure, again, peaceful, open, transparent, civilian uses of outer space. And so I appreciate all of your thoughts on this subject. And Professor, to your comment about optimism, I like Secretary Güver's thoughts on climate change. That I'm not optimistic, I'm determined. And I think that it's our responsibility as advocates to really share about our vision for the peaceful use of outer space, but also the sustainable uses of outer space and how space technologies can really help achieve the sustainable development goals on Earth to address issues around climate action, around poverty, around education and science, and really create the world and the universe that we want to live in.
That was very nice.
Add just one more sentence, please. Of course, I agree with Professor Einstein, that the space should be, and we have actually ways to create some cooperative and of course create an environment for the well-being of all. There is a group of people in the United States security bureaucracy also discussing similar, putting forward similar things. But the only question for the United States military is this: in a terrestrial war, like in a war on Earth, if an adversary, particularly Chinese, because they compare China's space insurgency with the German military investments in 20th century. China never believes that they can take on the United States and defeat the United States in a protracted military conflict. So in a war that, for example, emerged on the earth against North Korea, against China, or against any other adversary, and particularly, as they mentioned, like rogue states or irresponsible actors, they might target the United States assets in space that will block the warfare infrastructure, because United States war plans currently are all relying on the space assets and the softwares that are somehow governed from or administered from the space. So that's the concerning, that's the panic in the United States military. And I don't believe that the United States or any other power would directly initiate a space war without any conflict on the earth. When things just fall apart on the earth, when things change on the ground, the system, the stability or the peace broken on the earth, then everything becomes a contingency, and space is part of it.
Of course, we have talked about everything with the assumption that we are the only creatures in space, Earthlings. Anyway, that was very philosophical, thought-provoking for me. I'm very happy to have listened to all of the speakers. And I'm sure everybody who has listened in the floor and in the streaming service also have the same opinion. If there's no more comments, I would like to close the session. Thanks a lot for your contributions and efforts, and hope to see you in Istanbul and benefit from your ideas more. Okay, have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yurt dışından sempozyumumuza katılan araştırmacılarımıza teşekkür ediyor. Kendilerini en kısa zamanda İstanbul'a bekliyoruz. Araştırmacılarımızın katılım belgeleri e-mail yoluyla kendilerine iletilecektir. Değerli misafirler, şimdi oturum başkanımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Nihal Tuncer hocamıza teşekkür belgesini takdim etmek üzere İktisat Fakültesi Dekanımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Sayım Yorğun hocamızı davet ediyorum. Bugünkü oturumlarımız sonlanmıştır. Yarın tekrar görüşmek üzere. İyi akşamlar dileriz.